class. So let's start our first session with our speaker, Mr. Dawood. So he is a senior front-end developer and the Google developer expert in web technologies. Sir Dawood, thank you for being with us today. You are welcome. So fetching data in web development is a big challenge for everyone. So today he's gonna focus on the several reasons that make fetching data performs poorly, and he will show us some examples how to fix it in real life. So thank you so much.
Thanks. So, hi everyone. Today, thanks for the introduction. I'm going to talk about performance. There's several reasons that your application might be bad performance, and today I focus only in a very small portion of it because this is a huge thing. As was introduced, I'm a Google developer expert in web technologies / performance stream. There's a lot of huge things that you can do in performance. But today we only focus on the pitching.
Can you please check StreamYard again?
What?
StreamYard.
Is not so presented? No? Yeah, the technical issue. Thanks. I think it was shared. Oh my god. That's one of the things that you can fix in performance. I even connect from my hotspots. I'm good. So I'm in, right?
No.
If I can, even 5%. This one supposed to be there, right? Okay.
شنو؟
So
بس ديالك قدام المايك.
again, this.
نمشي نشوف.
Yeah, first of all, let me tell you that this is my first time in Morocco. You might be wondering why I'm overdressed today, because yesterday I went to the Hassan al-Thani mosque, and he refused to make me in because I was wearing a short. And today I'm overdressed. I'm going again, and let's see how he refused me. So without further ado, I will just go ahead, not to take too long time. So a little bit about myself. My name is Mehmet Dawood. I'm a senior front-end engineer. I flew to here from the Netherlands. However, I'm originally from Egypt. So you may, in the break, speak to me in Arabic as well, but not mix it with French, because I know only a couple of words in French, okay, including bonjour. And the other one I will tell you about later. And I'm a Google developer expert in web performance. I'm writing constantly blog posts in my blog, smith.net. Feel free to check it out. If you like this talk, afterwards you'll find plenty of content that is including similar stuff on my blog. Besides that, this is all in English, but I have an initiative online that is called Semicolon Academy, and this is completely in Arabic. So if you are interested in Arabic content as well, Semicolon Academy is a way to go. Feel free to check it out. And I'm mostly reachable on Twitter. I don't have Facebook. If you would like to ask me any question afterwards, if we didn't have a chance to talk in the break, please reach out to me on Twitter. I'm opening a DM, so send me a DM. I'm a lazy responder, so please be patient for that, but I will respond on my own time. Just like at the end for this talk is in a high level. It's a little bit advanced. So let's read the rule first. How many of you worked before in a performance issue? Let me see a reason. Okay, few of you. How many of you work as a web developer? Okay, quite good. How many of you work in a front end? Same people. How many of you work with React? Same people. How many of you work with jQuery?
Worked before.
Worked before, but not now. Okay. I'm happy that you don't work with them. I'm asking this question because my talk will be mostly in the front end part, how to optimize this data fetching in the front end part. But I am making my examples and everything related to the front end and the React examples. So I would like to make sure that you understand what I'm talking about. But 90% of my talk is not depending on React. You can apply to anything that you are using, including backend. How many of you are backend engineer? Because we're going to. Okay, we are not going to insult. Let's see. Okay, let's start with our agenda. Today I'm going to talk about 5 things. The first one is about why performance matters, so we can build a little bit of some motivations why we need to care about performance in the first place. Second, we will talk about something that is very beginners friendly, which is how the web works, how the web page is being loaded. And this is a good, important thing that we can start with because I'm going to mention some stuff. I need to make sure that everyone understands this in the end. Then we are going to talk about different tools that we can use in order to diagnose the problem of performance. And then we can get into a little bit advanced part, which is fixing potential reasons that is happening in real applications that I face personally in my job. I faced personally in my daily job in the past 10 years of experience, a lot of things I have faced, but I will focus only on the data fetching part again. And finally, a caveat, some tips, quick tips that some stuff I might not face, you might not face, but keep in mind, if you face it someday, you will say, all right, I have seen that in a book and I'm going to apply. Okay? To me, the most useful benefit from this talk, I believe some words, some keywords might be very advanced, you have never seen before. Please take notes. Just write the keyword and go home and search for it. It's very important, okay? Because I'm not going to explain very, in a very low level. I will just go high level and you do your homework. Yes, please open your notebooks. It's fine. It's not a class. I'm not going to explain everything. But some keywords might be very interesting. Go and search for it. I will mention some of them. Very important for you. Okay? So let's start. Why performance matters. Okay? So first of all, because the web user is impatient. As you can see, this is a research made by Google. It means that people who landed in your website, if you take more than 3 seconds to load the full page and be fully interactive, most probably a 32% increase of the bounce rate. Do you know what's bouncing rate? The bouncing rate is when the user lands on a page in a website and then instead of navigating inside the website, you're bouncing out, you go out the website again. So this is the percentage increase of bouncing rate. If it takes 5 seconds, it becomes 90%. And if it takes like 6 seconds only, the research shows that it's 100% of bouncing. So if a person lands in a page and wait for 6 seconds plus, most probably they will never, ever visit your website again. So keep it in mind. This is very important for performance. The performance is not a luxurious thing that to have it is a good thing. No, it's crucial. Another reason, if you're building something for business, there's something very interesting called Core Web Vitals or no Core Web Vitals. Well, it's an initiative, real quick, initiative from Google as well to measure different things in the web page for user experience, including the loading time, interactivity, and visual stability. These stuff are not also being measured in order to be happy with it. This is contributing to your search engine. So your ranking in Google now is depending on this stuff, and the performance is affecting this stuff. So if you're building something for business, bear in mind that this is going to affect the business itself. Your ranking in Google is important. Next, the majority of the internet is accessing from something called low-end devices. By low-end devices, we have 3 categories of smartphones. Everyone now has smartphone, I believe, in this room. But smartphones has categories. The first one is the low-end device, which is the cheapest one. Can be like $50 plus. And there's something called a medium or mid-tier device. which is could be more expensive, but in the middle, and there's a high-end device. By high-end device, most probably I'm talking about iPhone, which is not really affordable by everyone. But look at this. This chart shows the number of days people from developing countries need to work in order to afford a low-end device. So this meaning that if you are building something that everyone in the world are going to access, most of the people, the majority, are not going to access it very well because we have low-end device, which has low processing time, we have the low memory, and this means that this cheap device cannot access your website. This is bad. Why performance matters? Another reason. 25% at least of the world is still using 3G. Okay, I think everyone here in the room use 4G, but I'm not talking about people working in tech, because people working in tech usually tend to have the highest speed internet, but most of the people in the world don't, in the developing countries, I mean. So this doesn't mean only the people who don't have internet in their country, but this means that some places like, have you ever been in a cafe and this cafe doesn't have a good internet connection?
Yeah.
That's true, because of that, usually they provide a Wi-Fi. That's not a luxurious thing that they are putting it on top, because they know that they have only 3G connection inside the cafe. So they provide Wi-Fi in order to be accessible. Our role as performance experts is to enable these people with 3G connection to be able to access the internet, same like the people with 4G connection, or at least closer to the people with 4G connection. Another reason, the total page size in the last 10 years increases from 300 kilobytes to almost 2 megabytes for the average mobile device. This meaning that the technology is growing, but as I mentioned before, not everyone can afford better device that is holding more processor and more memory that enable them to access this amount of data. We are sending a lot of data, and this makes sense because we're evolving in the last 10 years. But the page is increasing, and we need to minimize this number of bytes that we are sending. That's hard to do. With all these reasons, meaning that who has here a limited internet connection, I mean, what do you call it? Buffer. Internet limited, like 2 gigas, 3 gigas, 5 gigas.
Using data.
Data, yeah, data internet. That's everyone, right? So what would you feel if you are browsing a website like any website, Instagram, for example, and in the 10th day in the month, you lost everything. The internet is out. Did this happen to any of you before?
Yeah.
Right? That's because the internet or the pages that you are browsing was not optimized enough. You are sending data that you don't need, but this is consuming your data, it's consuming your bandwidth. So let's start from the very beginning. How the browser loads the web pages. I'm going to answer that myself. So the client for us here is the browser. The web browser is sending a request, and the server is responding with something, right? That's the bare minimum. And this response can be anything. It can be HTML, CSS, fonts, JavaScript, or API calls, okay? And our role is to minimize this number of bytes, number of files and data that we're sending. But let's focus first about the first one to see how hard this is happening. We never noticed that before. So the HTTP request is happening through several stages. This is actually the HTTP request. There's a lot of things happening before. So there's, first of all, you're writing example.com, and the browser doesn't know what's the example.com, and it goes to something called DNS lookup, getting the IP. This is one round trip. Second one is something called TCP handshake. So the TCP protocol is sending, the browser is doing that in behavior queue, sending a request to the server, saying, hey, I would like to make a connection. Server responds with acknowledgement, saying, hey, I would like to make a connection too. And then the client say, hey, I got your connection, so let's connect. Afterwards, the client say, well, shall we make it HTTPS? Shall we make it secure? And the server respond, yes, we can make it secure. And then the client send the request, okay, give me how we can encrypt it and decrypt it. And the server respond, well, there you go. This is the cipher spec that you can use in order to decode that specs. And from there, there's an optional thing as well that might happen, which is optional redirect. Because sometimes you are requesting something, and after doing all of that, you're requiring a specific resource, that resource has been moved somewhere else, and the server is doing that on you. So the server is saying, well, this resource has been redirected to this area, and this redirect might have another round trip. We call it round trip because it's going there and coming back. So for all of that, all this is happening before the first HTTP request that we talked about. So to send the HTTP request, there's some other story here, but let's focus now. All this time is happening is called time to first byte. This is the time for first byte. This is the time that it takes from writing example.com until you start getting a response. This is very crucial when you are optimizing the pitching. And most important, the distance matters. So imagine that the client or the browser, someone is browsing your site from Singapore, and the website is hosted on a server in the US. What will happen? These round trips might take more than 100 milliseconds. And if you count, it's 8 round trips. This meaning that it can be like a couple of seconds or something, only wasted before getting the first byte. This is huge. This needs to be changed. But let's focus a little bit on the TCP transfer data. How the data are being transferred. There's something well known called TCP to start. Anyone know it? Perfect. This is something part of something called congestion control. So how the internet is sending data. You are paying, this is very interesting one. You are paying amount of money for the internet. You know why you're paying this amount of money? Why you have like 2 mega internet or 5 mega, 10 mega internet? Here it is. You are using or consuming a small amount of bandwidth from the whole country you are living in, for example. So you are paying for that. What's happening is this route has a limited of 2 megabytes, for example, and to reach out to the 2 megabytes when you are requesting a new resource, it's not coming because you have 2 megabytes all at once. What's happening? Something called slow start, TCP slow start. Start with 10 buckets. The internet is sending in buckets. And the 10 buckets is merely 40 kilobytes in the beginning. Do you remember the round trips? It's happening again in round trips. So you requested something from youtube.com, and YouTube starts by sending YouTube starting by sending 14 kilobytes to you, and your browser receive it and say, well, give me more, send something called acknowledgement. And YouTube receive it and say, well, his bandwidth is still not full. I send him next time double, so it's now 28 kilobytes. And then you send the acknowledgement, give me more, and so on and so forth. Every time you're getting a double, until you reach out to 2 megabytes, given that this is your limit. So then the internet or your browser send to the YouTube, okay, I'm full, don't give me more. This is the max I can get, and so on. The stream starts. This is a problem that is happening on the internet, but this is how TCP is working. It can't be better than that. To measure the congestion control, of how much can it get, send, come back, send it 2, come back with 4, send 4, come back, and so on until you reach out to your max bandwidth. So solution for that is a lot. It's not ideal, but this is something to do. It's a warming up technique that you can send something trivial that you don't want. Send a request that is empty or something that you don't want in the background, so you warm up your connection with the server. So this congestion control can happen earlier. If you have a max of 2 megabytes or something, you can make your site to send and receive until 2 megabytes in the background. This is bad, don't do it, except if you are doing something like streaming and you would like when the user requests real data to get it immediately. So that's one technique. Another technique is to use HTTP2, something called TCP 1.3. This is how you can skip some of the first handshake that you're doing. I will show you in a bit. Or third is to use some other technique called UDP instead of TCP using HTTP3. It's not out yet, but it's worth reading about. That's one thing that you can read about. Please write it down. It's HTTP3, UDP, or Quick. I'm going to talk about this real quick. So we have the 3 of them. We have TCP, this first TCP that I explained was all these round trips, okay? And we have HTTP2, what we do here is we are skipping one of them about the TLS. We don't have to make first handshake and then ask about the ciphers. We can ask about the ciphers right away. And when you are requesting, as you might know, HTTP2 is enabling now multiple parallel requests instead of waiting for the acknowledgement every time. Here, you have to. HTTP2 is now support everywhere, so I think most of the servers are using it, but HTTP3 is promising, it's coming soon. So as you can see in the beginning, during sending the TLS, you're sending another request for handshake instead of sending it ahead, called quick. And this is promising for performance. So you can read about it, but as you can see, this is a good solution in order to minimize the number of round trips that you are making already ahead of time for each new resources. Bear in mind as well that if you are requesting a new resource, this is happening. You are getting a new resource, but this is cached in your browser. So you are not doing that every time. If you're requesting from the same server, from the same resource, this handshake is happening, and then the browser is caching this this information about the server in order not to do it again and again. Okay, next, let's talk about how can you recognize. Now we know how big is the problem of performance, right? So we need to do something. The starting point for you, if you're working on a project right now and you would like to optimize, is to use these tools. First of all, we need to clean up the field. What I mean by cleaning up the field before starting in optimizing, first, make sure that you have a stable internet connection. Have you seen what happens before I started? The internet is broken. And this doesn't mean that we can test performance here in this lab. This is bad. This is something that, no, don't try to optimize the data fetching here, because you might have misleading information. You might fix something that for a normal people with a normal connection wouldn't happen to them. So you're wasting your time. First of all, make sure that you have a stable internet connection. Second, the server is tested separately. I'm talking about front end now. And if you're using front end and you're fetching data from a remote server, first of all, this server separately using Postman or Insomnia or any client. So you make sure that the problem is not what you send or your front end code. If it is performing the same for your front end and for the separate testing for Postman or something, it's not your problem. Okay. Second, no browser extensions. Yes, believe it or not, browser extensions might affect your browsing performance. Some of them, of course, not everything, but it happens, including people who are using React. If you're installing in your machine right now the React DevTools, if you remove it, you will notice some performance enhancement out of the box. Or you can use this performance in incognito or any private session in order to feel that you are now in the main stream. Next, decide your metrics. You need to ahead of time think about what you need to fix. You can't fix everything. There is no ideal optimal solution for everything. There is no silver bullet. You need to decide. We need to optimize a time to first line, or first content fulfilled, or larger content fulfilled, or TLS, or whatever. Search for these different metrics because they are important. All of them are important, and more. There's more metrics that you can think about. But before starting optimizing, detect which one you need to enhance. Well,
Can you give them a couple of seconds?
sorry?
Can you give the slide a couple of seconds?
Sure.
Thank you. Just want to copy.
Okay. You can get a picture with your phone, right? What an idea, right? Get a picture with your phone and note your own time. I will share it later, right?
Thank you.
Okay, so let's start with the tools. I'm not going to use any tool from outside that is going to make you pay money for it. But I'm talking now about tools that is by your hand, very handy. Open your browser and you'll find it. So first of all, browser tab is your friend. Has any of you tested in browser in performance tab before? Oh, few. I expected more, but all right. You can start doing that now. The performance tab in your DevTools, in your Chrome DevTools. Open it today. Just Command Shift I or Control Shift I, and you will have it. Open the performance tab. and you will be amazed by the information that you can see. You can find here something called timings and something called network. For timings, for example, you will find here something called layout shifts. And this layout shift means that some content in the page has been loaded a little bit later, which shifts some other stuff from its place. Okay? And from the performance stack, you'll find that timing and network are correlated. So if this shift happens here, this means that something comes from the network later that you can enhance. So this is important to look into. Another thing that you can get from here, check the API calls and the timing of them. This API call, for example, is taking too long time. This is a screenshot from medium.com, by the way. This is for RAM, for measuring the real user. And another piece of information is for the timing. You'll find here the core web vitals I was talking about. You'll find that the largest contentful page, for example, is coming after a second and a half. So you can find out if, of course, second and a half is good enough. But if this takes like 5 seconds or something, you can open the performance tab and run it, and you'll find out that this one, most probably there is a waterfall happening, and something is loaded a bit later, which means that you can enhance here something. If the performance tab is your friend, network tab is your best friend in this case, because we're optimizing data fetching. And any of you opened the network tab before?
Of course.
Yeah, this one, of course, because you most probably are fetching something and there is a problem, click on it and so on. There's tons of information you can find here in network tab, including, first of all, you'll find here, how big is the response? Each response of this one does have here multiple information, but I'm focusing now from here and on. So here, you will find the size. How big is the response? You're getting here. 2 kilobytes, 12, 100 megabytes. Could be. Second row, column is very important. How long it takes. And by the way, this is not correlated because it might take too long time to do, but the size is very small. That's an obvious problem that something is happening. Okay. The next one is how urgent is it? This priority column is called high by default every time. If you can see it, you can right click on this and you show whatever you want. But it's by default, I think it's not visible in Chrome. And how urgent is it? It's high, low, and so on. I will show you later how you change that. And next is the waterfall. This is the order of them. You can find in waterfall one by one, and this is not really ideal. Some of them are aligned together, as you can see, because we're using HTTP2 here. So you can send multiple requests at the same time and get responses on time. But the more you have this waterfall, the worse performance in theory will be. And if you hover on any of these waterfall, you'll find another menu. So for example, this one, you'll find some more information, very important information as a performance optimizer. First one is the starting time. This request is started after 3 seconds. Started. This means that the waiting for the server was 3 seconds. This means it is time to first byte I talked about. Okay? So the first byte comes in 3 seconds. This is best. And this is the content downloaded. Look at the difference. It waits for the server for 3 seconds, but downloaded in 6 milliseconds. That's huge difference, right? So this doesn't mean that the data itself is a cause, maybe something else. And the numbers that we have can be different between the client and server. Can be a problem in the server, can be a problem in the client, and this depends always what you need to optimize. So before moving on, this is very, very, very important thing to put it in mind. It's always a game of trade-offs. Whenever you fix something, don't expect that everything else that you fixed before will remain the same. You might affect something else. You might affect the client. You might affect the performance of the client at the client, not in the general thing that you type. Because you might use an encoding or using something that is consuming more of the processing or CPU of the client. I will talk about this later, but always remember that. Because this question will come to your mind every time that, well, I will do this and I will do that and I will cache in here and this costs the money. You're talking about business. Because if you're caching, this means that you're using something like Redis or something, you're going to pay money for the server that you are caching at, or CD, and so on. So remember, it's always a trade-off. We need to discuss this as we go. So all of that was an introduction. How you feel? Ready for the problems that we might face? Ready? People are still sleeping here. Don't feel that you're okay. That's I will get it as a focus sign. You're focusing. Okay. So potential reasons for slow fishing. We have some reasons that is well known, might happen to you, happens to me most of them before. And let's start from there. First one is server latency. You might be using a port server that is taking too long time, or the processing in the backend is taking too long time. So this is something that might affect the fishing. Second one is huge amount of data. You might be sending a lot of data that is not really useful for the front end. I will talk specifically about this one because I faced it in the last project I had. And sometimes this huge amount of data is out of your hand, by the way. You have to, but I will talk about it. Next is overfishing, and this can be fixed using different things. It's either using some other stuff other than REST, like GraphQL or something. Anyone familiar with GraphQL? Perfect. So GraphQL is a good solution for overfishing. Bad fetching time, you might be not fetching on the right timing. This is very important. I'm going to talk about it. I will show you. It's again a game of trade-offs. I will show you. Next is wasted re-rendering for refetching. I'm happy that most of you are using React. So most of you experiencing this re-rendered, a wasted re-render, and meaning that might be a wasted refetching. Double or more calling. This is a very important one. Bad priority, and this priority column are going to mess with it, and they change it a little bit. Long processing on the server, and this is something that as front end, most probably you can control it. So these are the potential reasons. There's others that you can find, and we can talk about this for days. But these are the most common ones for data fetching, not for all performance. Performance does have a lot of things, again, but this is for data fetching. These ones are the ones that you cannot fix by yourself as a front-end engineer. You have to collaborate with a back-end team or with DevOps engineer in order to fix them. There's no really something that you can do personally as a front-end separately, isolated to fix it. And this one is a shared thing that you can do something and the back-end engineer can do something. But bear in mind, the rest are your responsibility. So let's start by the rest. First one, yeah, again, this is just a disclaimer that all of that can be, you can find out using the network and performance stats, okay? So think about it. So as a rule of thumb, if it can be fixed in the backend or in the server, don't try to fix it. Again, if it can be fixed in the backend or in the server, as a front-end engineer, you should not think about fixing it, okay? So who is here, back-end engineer again?
Yeah.
There is still, okay. That's your responsibility. Yeah. Okay, first one, wasted refetching. This is a wasted fish, obviously. Look at this. So, as a user of React, I will show you a piece of code and tell me if it's familiar for you, okay? Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Are you doing that? Oh, everyone is saying no. Show me your code. I believe you are doing so. I believe. At some cases, or someone else did that in your project, but it's still remaining in your code base. So there's some problems here. First one is that we are fetching data in a sync inside a use effect. For people who, everyone is familiar with use effect? Who don't know what use effect? Okay, really quick. This is something that is in React and in other frameworks as well. That is whatever inside it can be re-rendered or rerun again whenever something in this square bracket dependencies has been changed. Okay? So that's simply, I'm not going into that. So what's happening here is that we are making a sync function, getting user by ID and giving ID, and setting this data, and this get user by ID is part of the dependencies, obviously. So every time this function is being changed, we are running this code again. And this data is setting the data either in a local state management or a global state management. Okay, that's a very, very common thing that's happening. People who say, no, we don't know that, I believe you don't in a way or another, or someone else in the code base is doing that. So that's obviously because function is not equal to function. So this function is being used as part of the dependency. And functions are objects. You know that, right? So whenever you say that this function, after array render, is being in a dependency array, it's causing a fetch, another fetch, because this use effect is being re-rendered again. Okay? The reason is that the function is being created in a heap, and you have a reference in the call stack, and every time you re-render this function, the same function, getting a new reference. Comparing the two references, meaning that this use effect needs to re-render again. That's a problem, right? Okay. Who think that this could be a solution? Show me your hand. That can be a solution? Yes or no? Simple question. Not open-ended. Yes or no? Yes? Who think yes? One. Who think no? Who don't vote? Should I expect it's yes or no? What do you think? Okay. What do you think?
Yes, it could be a solution.
Could be a solution. That's true. That can be a batch solution. That can cause that this switch is not going to be called again, except if the ID is different, right? And this is bad. Don't do that. And you were right. I was trying to prank you, but you were good. Okay, don't do that. So the better way to do that is several ways. The first one is to use something called the use callback. And what use callback is doing usually for any function, if you wrap it around any function, is that you keep the same reference to this function. You're not recreating it every time. So when you compare the two functions, have you changed it or not, it's not going to re-render again. Next is fetching data as soon as possible. You don't have to fetch data in the fetching time. You need to fetch it ahead of time, cache it, and use it on time. So first way to do that, make your cache layer. You can do that manually. I'm not going to go in depth in that. Or use something which is ready, like SWR. Who knew SWR? Great. SWR is stale while revalidate. So how it works usually, and the same thing for React query as well, is that the first time you're fetching a resource, specific resource, it's fetching it, caching there, and next time you're fetching the same resource, what's happening? Service it from the cache and go to the server to revalidate if this data has been changed, fetch it, give it to you. If it's not, the user won't feel anything. So you are not making a wasted fetch anymore. What's happening in the code that I showed in the previous thing here before optimizing, what's happening here is that it's fetching the same data. So the request is happening. The user don't see anything. So as a user, you feel that, okay, the same data, nothing is happening. No even flickering. Yes, fetching the same exact data. So you're wasting your bandwidth. You're consuming your data. We were talking about this thing. Yes.
Can I ask a question?
No. Ask.
So I just have a question. This user by ID, is it necessary we put it in the brackets?
What do you think?
You can only, I don't know, if I would just put user ID, and if the user is changed, I will fetch again the new data without using the name of the function.
The name of the function, if it's
Yeah.
part of the body or the user effect, it has to be the dependency, right? No?
Is it required to be there?
What do you think?
I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking what do you think. Any React developer here? What do you think?
I'm not React.
You're not React. What do you think, Nikolai?
Use the React developer, but I think you can't remove it.
No, it has to be. That's part of the package. Okay, has to be. If you are installing ESLint or something in your machine, this will be a warning if you don't have it here. You can ignore it, indeed, but this is not how we do it. Have you watched Wakanda? We don't do that yet. Okay? So next, still while revalidate is a good thing that you can do. And last, you can try something from the modern things. Either Remix or Next 13. Why I'm saying 13 was released a couple of days ago. Watch the keynote. Was really, mind-blowing. Because actually it stole a lot of things from Remix, to be honest. But it has a very good concept. Fetching the data ahead of time before the rendering. So what I was talking about right now, fetching ahead of time, this is coming out of the box now. If you're using Remix or Next 13 with the new app directory. If you don't know, write down Next 13 and Remix. Go home, search for it. It's something very important. And the same concept, by the way, is in Max as well, for the people who are writing a view. Who's writing a view here? Okay, we have one. Yeah, you can try that. Okay, next problem. Double or more column. If you have something like that, slide ahead or a searching box, and you start writing data F and you pause for like half second, and then you continue searching, what's happening here is that you are sending a request to the user, which is not really coming back in order. So the fetching, the response of the data that you are requesting is unpredictable. The order is unpredictable. Let's imagine that you write data F and a GET request started for data F, okay? And then you continue with data fetching. So another request is started in data fetching, okay? For some reason, this is unpredictable. The response for the data fetching request has responded, and then the data F request has responded. So you show the last one, usually, or you will change it to the last one. So you are showing false data for the user. What they search is not what they see. This is bad. So potential solutions. To think about solutions. Perfect. Debouncing. This is the first thing that you want to think about. Debouncing or throttling, right? And the people who don't know what's debouncing is that you are deferring the action to be done after a specific amount of time. But you decide the amount yourself. So you wait for like half a second or 300 milliseconds or something, and then you start making the next request. But the problem with the bouncing, again, it's unpredictable. Because you might request something that this request takes like, you expect it takes like 1 second. And you're bouncing for like half a second, right? But for some reason, the server takes 2 seconds. And you're bouncing for half a second. What I explained in the previous one will happen. You will come not in order. So you need to be very specific, and the amount of time it takes to load the data. And if you miss that, you did nothing. You just minimize the number of fetches, but not fixing the problem of false data to be shown. So another solution that I found online, very interesting, I'm not sure who did that, but it is, some people are using it, is matching responses. So when you are requesting something with data F, for example, you are sending it, you expect it to come back with a response. So this is the data for this search. And this is the data, the data fetching word for this search. So when the response comes back, you are matching the response. If this is the search data, the data for the search data that we have right now, show it. Otherwise, ignore it. Still, you have a wasted fetch. You're fetching something that you are not going to show it to the user. So the perfect solution for that, which is a new UI, relatively new UI, is called a port controller. Who is using a port controller? Great, that's something new. So this is very common to be happening now. We have a use effect that is making an effect search request again, and this I'm just making a search request to be exactly the same that the example I showed in the previous slide. And this fetching is giving a query, and we're looking into the query. Every time the query is changed, we are going to make a new fetch. That's very common, right? So what's happening here is that every time you are changing, it's going to make a new request. Okay? The difference after using a port controller is this a change. Don't be, sharp about this. It's only 4 lines of code has been changed. Same code as before. What's happening here is that you are initiating. Yeah, I will take my time. Thanks. So first one is a port controller, and you're sending something called signal, and this signal is being sent with a fetch. Are you bored with this talk? Should I wrap it up? Okay, go. So signal is being sent to the fetch. And this signal that any time you can call controller will abort. And aborting this request will cause it to be canceled. You choose an exception called this has been canceled. And you're adding the controller to be in the so again, what's happening here is that we're watching the query, and if the query has been changed, we're making a new request. But because we are calling something in the use effect called the cleaning of function, we are calling it with abort, with aborting dash. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
I wrap it up. Okay, I will wrap it up.
I will give you 5 minutes.
10 minutes.
7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Deal. So you are reporting it. So every time you're running the use effect, we have something called cleaning our function. So it aborts the old one and start a new one. So you never get any request or any response for a request that has been canceled already. Okay, this is very, very nice. Write it down. Abort controller. Use it today, and you can use it with any other thing. This is, an official API for the browser, for Chrome, and for other stuff. So you can use it. Okay, what's the benefit? First of all, you're saving bandwidth. So any request that has been overwritten with another one, you're canceling the old one. So you are not consuming all this bandwidth. You're canceling it. The server understands that you're canceling. You give a signal saying that it's aborted. So stop it. So don't do that. Second, you ensure the final result, only the final result, because the other one has been canceled. Even if it takes a long time, you cancel it, you don't get it. Next, show the canceled exception. So if you open the network tab, you will find all of them as 200, blah, blah, blah. This one will be having an exception called user has canceled this request. That's really handy. So another thing is that we save 4 seconds before in a project using this technique. 4 seconds. Can you imagine? You might be wondering, how long does it take? It was 20 seconds. I will come to that later. Next is fetching timing. When to fetch? Imagine if you have a profile page that has, these 4 different metrics that we're using, and we have a waterfall like that. So we're fetching everything sequentially between each other. And the time to interactive, the last one, this is time to interactive, is the time it takes from the first beginning of loading the page or the request until the end of fully interactive page. So imagine if you make a tweak here a little bit, and again, it's a game of trade-offs. Using SSR, so you prefer a lot of these requests to be in SSR before even going to the page. So it will be like that. So you get all of them starting here. So you might be affecting the time to first byte, but you're getting a lot. So look at this. It's smaller time to interactive. This is really good. Might be the user might see a blank page for a bit some time, but afterwards, starting from the first contentful page until the fully interactive, this is very small. And even with small caching, that can be in instant. And no surprise, this is the technique that Remix is using. Okay, so think about it. Next is bad priority. So there is something called above the fold that you need to think about. So the highest priority should go only for above the fold. And core vitals will thank you later for that. So above the fold is that everything when you open a browser or a page, you'll find above the fold is the thing that appears in the frame in the first time. And anything under the fold or below the fold is something that is not really important for the user. So anything below the fold can be deferred, can be ignored as lower priority. And everything above the fold can have a higher priority. So think about the biggest object in the above the fold and load it first. I know JavaScript is, interpreter, so it starts from top down. So if you are calling something in the top that is not above the fold, we can give it a lower priority so we can save some time. So this is the column we have, and this is an image. You can use something called page enhance, like page priority. You can give it low. If this is not important image, you can just defer it for later. And load above the fold always with high priority. And you can use importance for resources as in here, and you can use it also with fetch. You know that? You can say fetch and give it the resource, and importance is low. But keep in mind, it's not really fully supported yet. Keep it in mind, write it down. You will use it in the future. This is a priority enhance example. As you can see, both of them, the time to interactive is fairly the same. But look at the priority here. So this image is a hero image. It's very important. It loads faster. Look, this is a better experience than this one. This without, this was priority S, so the image goes faster. This takes a little bit of time. Game of trade-offs. Think about what you want to show. Finally, huge data response. This one is half-half. It's between front-end and back-end. How can you fix that? You have a lot of data. Sometimes out of your hand, but you can check the possibilities for producing it first with the back-end engineers. Okay? First of all is by aggregating at the server. If you have a search page that has a lot of data and you are fetching all the data and aggregating it, by aggregating I mean creating the filters and extracting some data from it. So this can be done in the server and you send a small amount of data. You can serve on demand. 2 minutes.
Some time for questions.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Some time.
No. I will come. I'm joking with him. I love this. Next is you can use some compression mechanism like gzipping or Protly. If you don't know about Protly is 20% faster than gzipping. Okay, this is important to know. But this asterisk means something. That's a game of trade-offs. This will make your client's browser takes more time to decode that, or at least it will consume more CPU. So, has any of you experienced that the fan of your laptop starts, as if it takes off? That's because of some processing like this. So it's a game of trade-offs. Think about it. So next is caching on the server and caching on the client. You don't cache only on the server. Both sides, if you cache, that will feel like an instance. And next is fetching on intent. That's something really quick I'm going to talk about. In Remix and React Router, the people, Michael Jackson, not the singer, is a guy called Michael Jackson who created Remix. Talked about it in a talk before, and Ryan Florence. This intent is if you have a link that is going to another page, on hovering on this link, if you give it a hint with intent, it will start fetching the data ahead of time before even navigating. The reason behind that is he told me 2 minutes. I'm going to wrap it up. Should I wrap it up, guys?
They will always say.
2 minutes. Okay. So if you hover over this link, the intent that the humans are able with seconds, not milliseconds. We don't measure it. But on hovering with 300 milliseconds, you start this. And maybe in 1 second or something, you are going to click. So you feel that in an instant. But without intent, this 300 milliseconds of fetching data will be happening there on loading the page. So it's a very smart idea. This is Remix started. And now, next is stealing it. The same idea. Yeah. So finally, that's final, real final. Data fetching final tips. That's takeaways. You can write them down or keep it in mind. First, don't fetch if you can. Think about it. If you have any fetching that you can just ignore, cancel, stop fetching, don't fetch it. Now revise in your project all the fetching that you are doing and think about it. What's important for this fetch? Is it important to fetch it now? Can I define it later? Is it above the fold? Is it after the fold? It's below the fold? Let's make it on intent or on a scroll or something. Don't do it if you don't want it. Second, optimize only if front end cannot, if it can be in the back end, front end can do it. Otherwise, don't think about it. Defer it to the back end engineers. Show yourself, back enders. So you can just go and do that. Next is use SWR or React Query for fetching or caching data. Next, try to fetch on time. SSR, server components. It's a very nice concept. Let's write it down. I'm not going to talk about it, but it's really good concept in React. Server component. Think about it. Next, always lazy load under the fold and never above the fold. If you lazy load above the fold, you are affecting your core web vitals. Don't do that. And that's it. This is. That's the other word that I know in French. Merci. Again, this is my website. Feel free to check it. If you like this talk, there's plenty more. We have my website /talks. You'll find other talks I'm speaking in different places in the world. And this is my Twitter handle. Feel free to follow. Feel free to send me any question you have. I'm sorry to get too long time from you, but yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have one only simple question.
Yeah, sure.
Even though I'm a backend developer, you talked about when cleaning up the field, you have to have a stable internet connection. But at the beginning, you said that a lot of people are using low-end devices and low-end connections, so they don't have a stable. So maybe this also could introduce some uh, misleading data. So if you have a stable connection, you are not simulating what someone in India having with a 3G, 2G connection.
Yeah. I understand your question. Everyone listen to the question? Yes. His question is about the simulating of the internet. You can simulate. Guys, can we have one conversation here? Thanks. So if you have a problem with the simulation, you have different ways in the browser as well in the performance tab to simulate the slow connection as well. My point about make sure that you have a stable connection, that you might be fixing something that is not really a problem of your own. Okay, you might have a latency or you have firewall in this network that might take too long time, but this out of your hand. This is not the mainstream. That's why I would recommend everyone to, if you are going to set up something for performance in your website, not only to use the dev tools, you can install something called Run, which is free user monitoring, using something like Caliper or something like the Chrome UX report. That's something that you can do, and for that specific thing with Run, you have very accurate data. So you get the people in India or people in different countries with slow connections. You will get them on time. Which browser they are using? What's the internet connection? What's the page size? Everything. But we are here trying to simulate the medium people, not the extremes. So yeah, thanks for the question. Really good. Yeah. Thanks again.
Let's stop taking questions.
Take more?
Let's not take more.
No, I'm not going to. If anyone is
I have
interested, any
this
questions?
question.
Can we have it after because we have another.
You can go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be available during the break, so feel free to come and say hi even, not just. Thanks a lot.
We have another session. If you are great.
اللي عندك أهو.
Our session with please let's start our session with Counter Olawi. Thank you so much for being here. Already she's GDG Casablanca member. So Mike is yours, so you can start. Thank you so much.
السلام عليكم. التوك ديال اليوم غادي يكون ماشي ضروري غيكون توك، مي غيكون ورك شوب. سو العنوان ديالو Be Brave. Today's goal is increasing your self-confidence بعض المرات كيطيحوا لينا كاملين في بالنا، وعلى بالنا راه ديما رحنا بوحدنا اللي كنحسوا بداك الشيء. ديما كتحس براسك مثلا الا كان عندك شي مشكل ولا شي بروبليم وانت راك درتي ليفا راك خرجتيه، ديما كتبقى تقول صافي وهذيك راه حاجه سهله، راه ما كانش بزاف. ديما كتنقص من راسك، كتحس براسك راه داكشي راه بسيط، الا شي حاجه درتيها انت كتستاهل بها. ولكن الا شي واحد مثلا شي صاحبك ولا شي حد كتعرفو ولا يور ميجر بعد المرات راه كيدير الخدمه قل منك وما كيديرش حتى داك ليفا، ولا حنا كتقول كتبقى تقول واو تبارك الله عليه، ديما كتشكر في الناس ولكن انت راسك راه ديما كتنيجليجي. الا درتي شي خدمه كتقول I only did a part of the work, it was mostly my co-workers. نتوما راكم خدامين جروب وراه قسمتوا لي طاش بيناتكم وكل واحد عطيتو خدمه وانت درتي البارت ديالك، ولكن في الاخر كتقول يا صحابي اللي داروا الخدمه راه انا غير زايد درت غير شويه ماشي شي حاجه كوميم. الوغ هادو راه this is real، راه فريمون راه it's a problem، خاصنا نكونوا واعيين به. يعني اول حاجه راه الامبوستر سيندروم راه كاينه، يعني دوك الفيلينغز اللي كندوزو منهم كاملين في حياتنا راه ماشي غير دايزي، ماشي غير هكا كتقول نو عادي راه كلشي كيفكر هكاك، راه انا ما دايرش بانو راه كلشي كيعاني من داكشي. بعد المرات كتقول well I guess I'm decent at public speaking. مثلا انت راك ديما تدير public speaking وديما كتعجب الناس وكيصفقوا عليك وكيستافدوا و they share experience with you، ولكن في الاخر كتحس براسك داكشي اللي كدير it's not good at all. I think this is probably the way we should do this. See how you are unique. See how your own way. أشارك معكم شي حاجة اللي personal. I do painting وكندير شي حاجة اللي unique and creative and كنديرها باش نكون أنا، باش نحس براسي أنا. ولكن بعد المرات personally فاش كنسالي مثلا ديك الطابلو كنقول وصافي راه الطابلو مثلا راه كلشي يقدر يديرو، راه صافي كندير مثلا abstract painting، كنقول واحد الابستراكت بينتين راه اي واحد كيقدر يديرو راه غير صباغه وكتجي وكتجلس وتبدا تخطط. الوغ كو راه بالعكس، راه فاش كتوريه لصحابك ولا شي حاجه دير اميز بداكشي اللي كدير and they say that unique and creative and they say no هادشي ماشي بصح، راه انا شنو درت راه صباغه خلطتها ووصلت نو، راه خاصنا نفالوريزيو داكشي اللي كنعيشو. وهادشي اللي فاش كيطرا لينا بحال هكا ما كنحسوش براسنا حتى كنلقاو راسنا حنا بحال كنبداو كنلومو براسنا وكنقصوا من داكشي اللي كنديرو. راه فاش خاصنا نديرو شي حاجه مزيانه بالعكس خاصنا نصفقوا لراسنا حنا الاولين. I was in the right place at the right time. كتقول داكشي غير بزاف. الا طرات لك شي حاجه مزيانه كتبقى غادي تقول صدقات وصافي. I got lucky with my first programming job. خدمتي got lucky it's the same idea. هنا في الامبوستر سيندروم عندها واحد لي سيكل ديال اول حاجه كيكون عندك في حياتك كامله سواء في الخدمه سواء في ديلي لايف ديالك كيكون عندك واحد بروجيكت و سام تاسك تو دو. في الاول فاش كيجيو دوك التاسكس شنو يقول لك شي واحد صايب ليا مثلا غير بريزونطاسيون صايب ليا بي بي تي ولا شي حاجه كتبدا كتخلع كتبدا كونسيتي كتبدا تفكر كتقول واعري كي غندير باش غنبدا اشنو خاصني ندير شويه سواء كيكون عندك البروكراستينيشن سواء كتكون عندك الاوفر بريباريشن سواء كيكون الانكسيتي ديالك سواء كتبقى خدام ضارب ونتايا باغي تزرب على داك الشيء وتساليه قبل الوقت واش تبقى تتوجد وهكا سواء كتبقى كتقول صافي ولا اليوم غدا من بعد فاش كتكون نتايا خدام على البروجي ديالك راك خدمتيه ساليتيه ولكن من بعد كتبدا عاوتاني ترجع لنفس الموال اللي كتبدا تقول راه في الاول راه كنتي مخلوع على قبل وكان كيبان لك شي حاجه كبيره اللي ما تقدرش ديرها ولكن من بعد فاش انت ساليتيه كتبدا ترجع عاوتاني كتقول وراه اي واحد يقدر يدير هذا الشيء وراه ما يمكنش وراه شي ساهل وراه غير صدق وعاود من بعد كتبدا ترجع لك عاوتاني داك السيلف داوت والانكسيتي وكتبدا تحس براسك بلي داكشي اللي كدير راه بحال غير ما عرفتش كيفاش درتي لها غير سلكتي وصافي. وهاد السيك راه كنعيشوه في اي لحظه في اي لقطه من حياتنا and this is زعما اي واحد فينا غيكون عايش هاد الشيء. كاينه مايا انجيلو هي واحد الكاتبه اللي معروفه والكتب ديالها كيتباعوا بزاف، وهي فوق منها كتكتب شي كتاب ديما كيبقى تجي هذيك الفكره ديال انا هاد المره راه غادي يعيقوا بيا، راه بحال كدير ليا شي حاجه اللي غير كتصدق ليها وصافي، كتقول لا هاد المره غادي يحصل، راه ما يمكنش انا يكون عندي هذا النجاح هذا كامل. وكل مره كتكتب تلقى عندنا نفس الافكار، يعني راه struggle is real. دابا شنو خاصنا نديرو باش ما يبقاش عندنا الامبوستر سيندروم، باش اوموان نوعاو به ونقصوا من داك الحده ديال اننا نبقاو نجاوبوا في راسنا. اول حاجه واش تفوكس اون ذا فاكتس، يعني انت تخلي لي زيموسيون ديالك تهزهم وتحطهم، وفي نفس الوقت تاناليزي تشوف شنو كاين. فاش كتكون عندنا الامبوستر سيندروم كيجيب لينا الله باللي ها شنو كنعرفوا غير شويه، وباللي راه الناس راه بحال هما اللي عندهم ديك الحقيقه المطلقه، راه كل شيء كيعرف احسن مني، كل شيء عارف كل شيء. الوغ لا، راه انا داك الشويه اللي كنعرف والاخر حتى هو عارف شويه، كل واحد وعنده داك الشويه ديالو، شويه مع شويه مع شويه كنوليو كاملين واحد، هو اللي كيخلينا كنعاونوا بعضياتنا، زعما كنكملوا بعضياتنا. ثاني حاجه هي you should acknowledge and move forward، تقول بحال وصافي انا فرود ومن بعد صافي just خليها الله وصافي. seriously I've just realized that almost everyone is a fraud، تقول كل شيء بحال كلنا كاملين بحال ما يمكنش زعما واش انا غير بوحدي اللي داير بحال هكا صافي صدقات ليا صافي صدقات اوكي مزيان صدقات ليا راني درت. ثالث حاجه هي reframe your thoughts، يعني هنا خاص هذوك الافكار ديالك تعاود تبروغراميهم، تعاود توجههم. شي حوايج اللي شوف غير ديك الحاجه بحال هكا، راه كاينين حوايج خايبين، راه فينا حوايج خايبين، ولكن واخا خايبين اوكي راهم خايبين، غادي نركزوا عليهم حيت هما خايبين وغادي نخدموا عليهم، ماشي حنا غادي نهرسوا راسنا ونبقاو نقولوا لا انا مزيان لا نزيد به القدام. وهذه النقطه كتجيني مهمه بزاف، حيت بعض المرات في دوك الافكار اللي عندنا كنحسوا براسنا بحال حنا منغلقين على راسنا، بحال غير حنا بوحدنا اللي كنعانيو من داكشي. الوغ كيفاش كتجي وكتعاود لشي واحد وكتهضر معاه ويكون قريب ليك ولا شي موقف فامي ديالك ولا شي حاجه بحال هكا، فاش كتهضر معاه كتبدا تحس به وكيكون عنده حتى هو نفس الحاجه. الوغ اهم حاجه في هادشي is to share how you're feeling، او تكتب، حيت فاش كتكتب كتخرج داكشي اللي عندك وكتولي كتسمع راسك شنو كدير. فاش ملي كتسمع راسك بحال كتهضر مع شي واحد اخر، وديك الساعه كتولي كيبان لك شنو كاين، وكتبدا بصح كتفرق على ما بين الفيلينغز ديالك وما بين الفاكس، ما بين الحقيقه شنو طاري، ما بين الخدمه الهارد وورك. راه بعض المرات بيرسونيلمون كتكون سهرتي تعذبتي تكرفستي، بعض المرات كدوز من لونكسيتي دي نوي بلونش ما عرفتش اشنو، وهادشي كامل فاش كتسالي كتقول حوالي اي واحد يقدر يديرها. مي هنا خامس حاجه is to learn from your peers. في هذه النقطه خاص صحابك فاش تشوفوا ما تقولش هذا احسن مني في هذه الحاجه، هو الا كان احسن منك في ديك الحاجه راك انت تو اكسل في حاجه واحده اخرى. ماشي ضروري تكونوا عندكم نفس المهارات، حيت الا كنا كاملين كوبي وحده وكاملين كنا بحال راه ما غاديش ما يبقاش واحد المعنى ديال الحياه. الا كنتي نتيا في حالي داكشي اللي كنعرف ندير انا كتعرفي نتيا ديري والاخر شنو الفرق بيناتنا؟ ما غنبقاوش نتعلموا، ما يبقاش واحد الميل زوين باش اننا نعيشوا. كنعرف واحد الحاجه غادي نمشي غادي نطورها، عجبتني حاجه اخرى اوكي ما كنعرفش ليها غنمشي نتعلم ليها، ما نبقاش نقول لا هي كتعرف نو هو كيعرف ما يمكنش ليا ندير هما احسن مني. هاد الافكار كيقتلونا، واخا كيجيونا عاديين وحنا كنعيشوا في ديك اللحظه، ولكن مع الوقت كتحس براسك راك انت كتهرس راسك وانت ما كتحش، بحال شي سطل ديال الماء وكتبقى كل مره كدير قطره حتى داك السطل غادي يفيض. راه ما يمكنش نتايا غادي تبقى حيت كانوا انت كتجمع فيك شي فيلينغز وما كتخويهمش راه غادي تفرقع. وسادس حاجه هي part yourself on the back. هنا كل مره دير شي حاجه زوينه راك تستاهل انك تكون فرحان بها، تستاهل انك تكون فخور بديك الحاجه. يعني الا درت حاجه مزيانه بالعكس تقول اوكي نقدر انا نكافئ راسي، نمشي نخرج مع راسي ندير شي حاجه. ما تسناوش الناس يجيو يقول لك اوكي برافو مزيان يقولوها لك، كتحس براسك مزيان. ولكن الا ما قالها لك حتى شي واحد ما خاصكش تبقى ديما كتسنى. الا ما قال لي حتى شي واحد شي حاجه راك يعني راه انا ام نوت اناف ام نوت جود في ديك الحاجه. بالعكس راك انت اللي عارف راسك. حتى شي واحد في هذا العالم ما عارفك انت اكثر من راسك، واخا تكون عارف لي من كتعاون لي من كتقول ديك الهضره. الا كنتي نتايا بينك وبين راسك ما كتحفش راسك، ما كتبغيش راسك، ما كتهضرش مع راسك، ما كتفهمش راسك اكثر، راه كيفاش نتايا راسك اللي كتعرفو اكثر من اي واحد وكتسنى واحد اخر يجي يعرفك اكثر؟ راه امبوسيبل. يعني الا ما بغيتيش انت راسك ما كنقولش انا اللي ما كيبغيش راسو راه صافي راه سي لا فان دو موند، مي خاصك تحاول تعايش. ما لقيتيش شي حاجه في راسك ما كتعجبكش كديرونجيك، راك انت عارف ما كديرونجيك، غتقول اوكي انا هاد الحاجه كديرونجيني غادي نخدم عليها. تحولهم لدي بوان اللي هما يكونوا حافز بالنسبه لك وتكون كتخدم عليهم. حيت نورمالمون المشكل كيف ما كان اهم حاجه 70% ديال المشكل هو الوعي فيه، ديك 30% داكشي مشكل وعيتي ليه راه حسب راسك صافي راك لقيتي الحل. حيت علاش؟ حيت من بعد فاش كتكون في حياتك كتكون غادي كتزاولي معاه كتقول. المهم نعطيكم شي حاجه بيرسونيل. انا كانت فيا واحد القاعده ديال فاش كنت كنهضر مع الناس زعما طيبه مني كنبغي هما كيهضروا انا تنهضر، فهمتي؟ يعني كنبغي غير انايا حيت انا متحمسه وكنبغي نهضر معاهم وداكشي كنبقى كنقاطعهم مثلا. صراحه نو this is not a good thing actually for me. حيت علاش؟ حيت هو داك الشخص الاخر بعد المرات ما كيكونش محتاج نصيحه. اول حاجه كيكون محتاج غير واحد الوقت اللي غيكون يخوي فيه قلبه ولا غادي يهضر ولا باغي غير يقول داكشي اللي عنده. ما وخاصك بعد المرات غادي يفهمك غلط، غيسحاب له راه انت كتقاطعو حيت راك انت اللي باغي تدوي وصافي، وكل واحد كيفاش كياخذها. الوغ هنايا في هاد اللقطه حاول نخدم على راسي. يعني ما عرفت راسي راه كاين مشكل انني انا امتوكاتيف بزاف وكنهضر وكنقاطع وهكا، بديت كنرد ليها البال. يتوكسني بزاف ديال الوقت. علاش؟ حيت اصلا ما ولات فيا ديك القاعده راك بلات معاك من الصغر. يعني راه ماشي جات ما بين ليله ونهار ولا كذا هذاك الشيء اللي عملت. خاصك بزاف ديال الوقت وخاصك تصبر على راسك. يعني اشاك فوا غادي نهضر مع شي واحد غنحس راسي باغا نهضر اوكي راني وعيت بها، واخا انا هضرت وقاطعت في الهضره ولكن كتبقى انت درتي هذه الحاجه عاوتاني. صافي مع الوقت مع كتبدا تتوعى بها كتبدا كتنقص بشويه وتقريبا ما خدات مني عام عامين مازال كنديرها مره مي اون ما بقيتش كيف ما كنت بزاف. وكتكون كدير داكشي كديرو عن بعد بخاطر، ولكن في نفس الوقت راه اتس نوت ا جود ثينغ. It was شي حاجه اللي too personal for me. This is my Instagram account.
Instagram?
Thank you. Yes.
Why?
Thank you too.
Why? You can use it for LinkedIn as well.
So thank you so much, Hamza. So do you have questions?
إلا عندكم شي أسئلة ولا شي حاجة بغيتو تشاركوها ولا
Some things. Thanks, good job. One of the rings of it.
It was interesting.
Okay. One of the things for imposter syndrome كانت كتجرس ملي كتبقى زعما كتكودي
can you speak up?
For imposter syndrome كانت it happened to me, it happens to everyone, I think. For most of the cases كتكون انت close on yourself، كتكون غير بوحدك في واحد البيسي ديالك وكتكودي and you don't know what everyone else is doing. كتسحب راسك داكشي اللي كدير فيه كتسحبو hopeless، كتسحبو عندي الثمنه
ولكن what helps هو being part of the community also انك تجي تحضر لنا talks like these to meet great people and to meet great speakers and to share زعما هذيك the human side of it ماشي كاع غير coding aspect of it ولكن حتى the human side حيت for most engineers عندهم problem with soft skills and this talk is great talk because it deals with that problem and that's why I think everyone here have had this session and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. المشكل هو ما كنعرفوش شنو هي الامبوستر سيندروم كيجي لنا الله راسنا هذاك الشيء اللي كنعيشوا فيه راه عادي هذاك الشيء اللي كنديروا راه عادي حنا اصلا ما عارفينهاش راه بالعكس راه شي حاجه اللي خاصها تتعالج راه we should be proud of ourselves الا درتي شي حاجه شكرها وقول اوكي انا درت حاجه مزيانه
شنو كتكومباري راسك بناس اخرين ديكو
كتبقى تسمع راسك انت راك درتي لي فوق راك خدمتي المهم دير اللي عليك وصافي.
So thank you so much. Thank you. So it's time for lunch. So let's go about
today will be like databases under Kubernetes spectrum, like how we can have a database that acts under the layer or the system of Kubernetes, how it can scale, what are the problems that we could face, and how we can have workarounds around this problem. So, as you know, my name is Yasser Shiab. I work currently as a DevOps engineer at Admito, and happy to share with you the outlines of our presentation. So, first of all, is what the heck is Kubernetes in general? Why should we even care about having a database under Kubernetes? Replica set or stateful set for databases, and the last thing is databases deployment using Kubernetes operators. So, just I'm curious, like how many of you have ever used Kubernetes in production? It's okay. So, what the heck is Kubernetes? So, in a nutshell, Kubernetes is like an orchestration system that allows to scale up and down your application. And moreover, it allows to do some resource management regarding where your application should live, regarding the nodes that you have in your cluster. Like, you have an application, you want to deploy it, you submit it to the main entry point to Kubernetes cluster, which is the API server, which receives your requests and try to fit it to one of your compute nodes. Like, regarding the resource that you defined, regarding CPU and the memory, it will choose one of the nodes adequate to your resources. So there is some work behind in the first part, which is the control plane. So the decision is made in the control plane part. The scheduler will decide where your pod will live, and of course, the HCD is the only trusted source. It's a distributed key value database. It will persist the changes that happen to your cluster. And the rest is the compute node where your application should live, with the kubelet that allows to pull the container image and deploy it in the node. And of course, the container engine that runs your container, and the kube proxy that allows to give that networking logic between pods in the same node and pods cross nodes. So this is in a nutshell and very fast way what Kubernetes could do when you want to deploy an application. So mainly what we want to focus is like, why should we even care about having a database in the Kubernetes? As we know, we can have a database in a virtual machine in the cloud, but why not as a container, not only under an instance, but under Kubernetes itself? So this is like some results or some comments that I personally regarding my almost 1 year of experience with Kubernetes that I had gathered. So we have the cost. So it's really important to give an importance to the cost that you have when you deploy a database. You can deploy it as a virtual machine, but you need really to pay attention to the cost because it can increase really fast. So having a database as a container or in Kubernetes as a pod, it allows you to have your database live with other applications in the same node. So we don't give a dedicated virtual machine to the database, but it can live with other pods and applications in another virtual machine, which allows to maintain the cost and make it lower than the other examples. So fine-grained control over resource definition. When you want to deploy your database, you could really have control over the amount of memory that you want to give to the database, and also how much CPU, even in a lower level, defining how many even millicores to give to your database. Under cloud migration, it's really important with the containerization and dockerization. When you have like this kind of deployments, you can easily migrate between clouds, or because you are not dependent on the operating system, you can easily migrate your application or even database from the cloud provider that gives you a Kubernetes to another cloud provider that gives you another version of Kubernetes. But it will work as same as expected with the same configuration that you provide. Easy setup, of course, these two last points they are almost the same, because with its easy setup, you can easily migrate your database to another cloud provider. So this is some points. This is not an advice to like migrate your databases to Kubernetes, but just like some hints or idea that could make you think about it. So another question is, what is it like to have a high available and resilient database in production in general? So actually we have a lot of architectures or deployment strategies in order to deploy a database that is high available, resilient to failure. We have like the primary secondaries architecture. We have like multi-master. We have sharding. These like our deployment slides allows your database to be highly available to do high traffic of writes and read operations. It allows also to be resilient to failure. If one master dies, one replica could take the lead and be the new master. So there is a lot of strategies, but today we are just focusing on one simple strategy, which is having like one primary and multiple secondaries. So we have the primary that receives both read and write operations, and the data will be replicated to the other secondaries in order to have redundant data. In order if we lose the data of the primary or secondary, we can back up from one of these replicas. So we can load balance also the read operations between the secondaries. And one problem that we could detect here is the writes are not scalable. Only the reads that are scalable. But we will keep with that architecture because it's simple. We assume also that we have the failover between replica, which means if we lose the primary, one of the secondaries become the new primary in order to take the lead for writes operations. So let's see how we can build that using just Kubernetes objects. So database deployment using replica sets only. Let's see if it's even possible. So in general, what is a replica set inside Kubernetes is like when you want to deploy your application, not only as a single instance, but multiple instances of your application that you will load balance between them the traffic or request that you will receive. For example, you have an image of an application. You can deploy the same image with the same configuration multiple times. For example, here we have replica equals 4. So the application will be deployed 4 times. And you can, of course, scale up and down the replica set depending on the demand and the traffic that you receive. So let's see if we can use this object to deploy a database. So database cluster deployment using replica set. Okay, we can like try to match the previous architecture of primary secondaries. One replica set to handle the primary with its own volume, and secondary replica set with the like 3 replica with 1 volume. This is like confusing. Why? Because we don't want to have all our secondaries write to the same volume, because it's gonna like break the consistency of data. So we would like to have like volume per pod. Unfortunately, we can't. With replica sets, it's one limitation of replica sets. We can't split the volume between the pods. So what we can have like as a workaround, so we can split even the replica set. We can have for each secondary a dedicated replica set. And with that, we can like somehow split the volume. So each one have its own volume to perceive the data. But you know, if we want to scale, we need to create a new replica set. So this is not a clean way to scale our reads or our secondaries. So what we can do? So we will see later with some another Kubernetes objects that could be helpful. But there is another question. If we want like to make this setup work, okay, we assume we want scale. We will keep with 3 replica and 1 primary, but we want to assure that we have a consistent networking connection between the pods. So in general, how we can access a pod in a cluster. So we have like our pods in a normal cluster that are distributed between the worker nodes that we have. Each pod of a replica set has its own name and an IP address. But one thing that we have to remember is that we could easily lose all our pods under one node. What would be the problem? Maybe the node in the cluster could be unhealthy for some problems in the cloud, or could be we use some spot instances that are types of instances in the cloud providers that are ephemeral, that the cloud provider can take from us in any time. They are cost effective, but they are risky because they are ephemeral. So if the cloud provider or there is a problem with the node and Kubernetes detects that there is an unhealthy node, it will prevent any pod to be scheduled in this node. And if it detects a new provisioned node, it will allow us to help us recover the lost number of pods that we lose with the node. So the new pods will be scheduled in new node, and if there is some resource available in this node, will be scheduled as well. But you can like detect something here is that we lost two things when the pod were evicted. The first thing is we lost the naming. It's not keeping the same name it's as before. Second thing, we lost the IP address. So there is nothing here that we can rely on to have a persistent connection between pods. Like if the pod dies, what could we have as a solution to communicate with it always without any problem? So one solution that we can add here is like having services. So Kubernetes services allows to add like an abstraction layer to the pods. We want to communicate directly with the pods or the containers, but we will rely on service because the service has a name that doesn't change. It's like host name or DNS name. It's called fully qualified domain name. It's persistent, doesn't change. It will always give us the same results regarding if we lose these pods and new pods will be created, the service will take care of them and route requests to them. So the service will be a good solution to have that abstraction between pods as abstraction in order to connect pods between them whenever can happen to these pods, dies, scale up or down, whatever can happen. So we're gonna add like the services to our setup. Okay. Service. So, by the way, like a small hint here is that the service can detect new created pods by just having what we call labels. So we tell our service, okay, we want to communicate with all the pods that has this label, name or whatever. So if a new pod was created, it will have the label that we want and it will be taken by the service to route request to it. So we add service to our setup. Okay, we can say now we have like independent volumes. We have service to maintain the connection between the primary and secondaries and the primary. But you can say that we have put a lot of effort just to have and approach the first architecture that we had. Is there a way that's more clean, more scalable? Because if we want to scale the secondaries, we'll need to create new replica set, new volume, new service all the time. This is not clean and not straightforward. So what we can do? So just a recap of the limitation of replica set. So no straightforward way of having dedicated volume per pod, no clean way of scaling, no straightforward way to preserve the pod's network identity, which names the IP or the name of the pod. So we can have deployed DB cluster using stateful sets. So stateful sets came to Kubernetes in order to solve this problem with the stateful applications. We want a clean way to deploy stateful applications with the network identity, like preserving the name of the pods, having a predictable names in the pods in order to not break our connection between them. So here is some difference. You can notice here that we can have with one stateful set, every pod has its own volume. Also, the naming is different. We have the name of the pods plus an index that's incremental. So 0, 1, 2, 3. And you can predict if we can scale the stateful set, we will have application 4. If we scale it, application 5. So it's predictable, it's good. Also, the volume are separated. And you can notice here the replica set as we have shown before its limitation. So let's have a projection on our architecture. Here we can build our cluster with stateful sets. We have a stateful set dedicated for the primary, just to make the difference. We have its own service. We have secondaries. Each secondary has its own volume that persists the data. And we have one service that takes the responsibility to route traffic to whatever secondary we have. Moreover, we can even call each pod by its name directly. If we want to communicate with the secondary one directly, we can do that. So using what? Using the service, because each pod can be reachable through what we call here a fully qualified domain name that has the name of the pod, because the name of the pod doesn't change. If primary 0 dies, a new primary will be created with the same name. So it's predictable, it's static. So we can reach them all the time. Secondary 0, secondary 1, this is the name of the service that routes traffic to the secondaries. This is the name of the namespace, and this is SVC cluster.local. So with that, like, we can configure our cluster to communicate. Hey, we can put that primary communicates with secondaries always with that. So if the secondary dies, we will have always the same thing. Our setup won't be broken. So this is a nutshell, like regarding stateful sets over replica sets deployment use of database. So a quick reminder, what we can get from using stateful sets. Every pod can have its own volume attached using one single stateful set. Preserving the pod identity because the name of the pod doesn't change. Straightforward way of scaling. We can use one stateful set in order to scale our reads or our secondaries. So that was like stateful set versus replica set in order to deploy a cluster of databases in Kubernetes. What could we have in addition to that? We have what we call Kubernetes operators. So like operators help us like to have or fulfill some tasks that are really important when we have a database in production. When we have a database in production, we have to pay attention really to the high availability of the cluster, the replication, the backup strategy, and disaster recovery, how we can recover from a failed cluster, how we can get our data, how we can monitor and get alerts about different events that happen inside our cluster. So this is some like administration tasks that we could like have predefined using operators. So what are operators in general in Kubernetes? Operators are extensions for what Kubernetes does natively. So Kubernetes has its own objects, its own configuration, it's native to it. But if we want to add something special or that we want to configure by ourselves, like I want to provide a new kind. This is the objects that Kubernetes now by default. But I want to add a new kind called like Postgres cluster or MongoDB cluster. That I want to give it some values like, okay, MongoDB cluster, here is you can have tree, replica, CPU, like I can configure the backup. All these things will be automated using the operator. So operators like work mainly with what we call reconciliation loop or the control watch loop. It allows, this is a loop that you can have, it's already available in Kubernetes. It works with it, it's an algorithm. But you can have your own that you can deploy or configure to watch over your new created kinds, new created resources. Current state, this is what we have in the cluster. Desired state is what we have defined. And the operator or the controller tries always to shift from the current state to the desired state. And repeat. So this is like a repeated loop that Kubernetes has, and we can have our own as well. So I will show you like a small presentation regarding how what is it like to have an operator in Kubernetes. So here is like using Terraform in order to have some infrastructure as code. We have the Postgres operator as an example. So there is this is just a module to how to install it. But what's more interesting to see is this part. So I don't know if you are familiar with the YAML definition or how we can submit or create new objects in Kubernetes using YAML. So In general, we don't have a kind called Postgres cluster in Kubernetes. It's unknown. Something that Kubernetes doesn't know how to handle, doesn't even know. We can introduce it by what we call custom resource definition. Like I'm gonna tell Kubernetes, okay, this is a new kind, new object that you have to handle, and this is how you will handle it. So this is an operator that already exists. It's called the crunchy data operator. It relies mainly on providing high available Postgres cluster and the Kubernetes. So you can see that with an easy few lines, we can have our Postgres cluster high available with the resiliency. Like if the master dies, we can have new secondary will be elected to new master. So we have here the kind, which is Postgres cluster, the image, the container image, the version, the replica, like how many replica you want in your cluster. This is as variable, by the way. And how many storage do you want to have per replica, like 10 gigabytes, 20, whatever you want. Which is more powerful, we can even define our backup strategy here. So it really helps us to have backup. You can even define where you want to hold your backup. Is it in an additional volume or in a bucket like S3 or GCS? You can even define a cron, which will help you to automate this steps. Like I want to have my backup every Friday or every Sunday. So you can easily, you don't have to create anything. You just tell the operator, here is what I want to do, and it will take the responsibility to do the rest. So I'm going to show you like how it looks like in the cluster. So I used the Minikube as a local node to have. I don't know. Created the cluster in order to gain some time in Minikube. Meanwhile, I will go back to the slides, waiting to have the Minikube started. So here is like the architecture of the Kubernetes operator. Like what we have what we call the custom resource. It's like what we have here called Postgres cluster. We have the operators that runs the controller. Controller, by the way, is definitely the control watchdog that we have seen before. This is how the controller works. It watches over your resource. If the current state doesn't equal the desired state, you try to reconcile to the desired state. So we have here the custom controller, and you can interface with the API server like any normal object. You can type, hey Kubernetes, this for me, all the available Postgres cluster, like you do with pods and replica sets and stable sets. Here is some examples for some operators that's really helpful that I have really tested in production. Some of them, for example, crunchy data Postgres operator, MongoDB community operator, so a little bit not stable. ECK is for Elasticsearch. You can have your Elasticsearch on Kubernetes. It seems good. I didn't have really much experience with it. And the Redis operator, it's really helpful. It allows to provision a cluster of Redis in Kubernetes in really few seconds. Some issues when using operators is sometimes you can find some operators that are not mature enough to run in production. Like it's not stable 100% to risk it and have the database in production with it. not aligned with databases version. You can find some operators that doesn't have the latest version of databases. It's limited because they use their customized container images. Plus documentation in actual communities, because really we don't have much operators that are developed. That's why if you want, you can build your own operator. If you are interested, you want to have some customized function, automated function, you can have your own operator using, for example, in Golang, you have operator SDK, Cube Builder also in Golang. If you love Python, you can have Kubernetes operator framework. By the way, we had some really experiences building some of them with Python. It's really straightforward because in Golang, really a little bit complicated. You need to have and build a lot of things. You need to have a little bit of advanced knowledge regarding Kubernetes. So we'll go back quickly to the. Okay. Let's go. So here is an example of like having a Postgres cluster in Kubernetes. Like I have deployed the cluster with two replica. We have the master and the slave or the secondary. We have here you deployed the pod that helps to do backups. And we have the operator that watch over the cluster. If the primary dies, it will take care to select or elect one of the secondaries to be the new master. So we have deployed the master in really few times. I'm gonna share with you the Terraform code, and you will build it with your own setup. It will really be helpful to have it and see it in practice. We have also what we mentioned before is the custom resource definition. This is the custom resource definition that the operator has installed in our cluster. You can see this is the kind of Postgres cluster. This is the whole, we can even describe it and see when we submit these kind to the cluster, what will deploy and create for us in Kubernetes. So mainly, this is it. And thank you so much for your presence. Have a nice day. As well, some resources. This is a really interesting book, Kubernetes in Action. It's really simple. And, one of the examples that inspired me to do this presentation.
So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So if you have questions?
Anyways, thank you, Shihab, for the really cool presentation. It's really well made. It shows your effort.
Thank you.
I have a question about if we need, for example, to vertically scale our database inside a cluster.
Vertical.
What are the options? Well, yes, vertical scale.
Vertical scaling. For this setup or in general?
Inside Kubernetes.
Inside Kubernetes.
Not necessarily.
Okay, I guess one advice or one thing that's really important to do is to build your node pool. Really, you have to really make your node pool in an effective way. Because first of all, the node pool is the one where your pods will reside. So you need really to choose the appropriate type. Because in Kubernetes, it's an ephemeral environment, you can easily lose. So you have to make sure, do we gonna have like spot instances, on-demand instances? How could, or the reaction of the cluster when one pod is deleted or unhealthy? Do we have a resilient setup? So we can work, by the way, in pods. We can use, if we don't want to scale manually using like increment stateful set, we can use the horizontal pod autoscaler, HPA. It can scale, I guess. You can define how many, like when the pod reaches an amount of CPU or memory, it can scale automatically. But in this setup, you will just scale the reads. The primary is another story using multi-master. Yeah, it's really hard to have like multi-master because it's really complicated.
I do have an idea, by the way. but it's still in development in my opinion. I haven't researched it.
Inside the Kubernetes?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we can, for example, make many node pools of different sizes and scale them to zero desired state. And when you need to, for example, to switch to a bigger machine or a lower machine, you use vertical autoscaler instead of horizontal autoscaler.
Okay.
And when your database engine code needs more resources, it will either automatically switch to the other, or you can play with node affinity or other stuff.
Yeah.
To make it work. It's still an idea. I haven't made it back.
Yeah. And for like, how could you really define the way that Kubernetes will choose which node? Because, like, you can play with node affinity, of course, but I don't know if we have like multiple types and they are all available. You can schedule any one of them, and we have same affinity for them.
Yeah. But if you made, for example, you have all your node pools have, for example, 16 gigs of RAM.
16.
But your database engine code, you set it up now to vertically scale up to need, for example, 96 gigs of RAM. The node pool with 96 gigs of RAM is the one that's gonna create a new code in the desired state, and it's gonna automatically assign that code to that node.
I see.
I think that's how it's works.
Yeah, it's interesting. Really, you can share it with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, other questions?
Thank you for the presentation. My question is about latency, about the read and write operation. Do you remark any difference between on-premise like database and Kubernetes cluster?
Actually, this is the debate. What is it for? It's the performance of the database as a container or under Kubernetes and as a VM. There is some like saying that in a VM we have like much performant database, but in just as a like term idea, like for the read and write, what do we use in general? Like it's a volume. Like for AWS, it's EBS, for example. And for VM, it's the same. Like we will use the same volume for even in Kubernetes or outside of Kubernetes, but in a very very specific way. I guess, and this is just an idea that I have, that in virtual machines it's a little bit powerful. But it's a trade-off. What do you want more? Do you tolerate performance over cost or not? If you want lower cost, you can have it inside Kubernetes. So it depends on your insights.
Okay, other questions?
I have a question. This is not. Can you share replicação? فالسؤال كان استماع شفتي الابليكاسيون ولا كانت بلاتفورم ديالنا مزيان في الدراسه واش تعمل كيستعملها ولا لا
ريبليكاسيون ستيت
لا ريبليكاسيون
انا جبت في الاول غير باش نجبد زعما لك البروبليم ديالها باش يبان زعما ستيت تو ستيت علاش جبت splitting the volume, code network identity stable, so like that. But if the replica set is not used even for any stateful application, we use only the stateful set. By the way, I didn't have time to show you. As I showed, like the operator under the hood use stateful sets. So we use always stateful sets for stateful applications, databases.
So, other questions? Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we have another session about machine learning for production.
I'm Fabrice. I'm machine learning researcher and also a machine learning engineer. Doing actually my research in deep learning and its application for the social good and for big data. Can get my research in machine learning applied to the problem they can push on for everyday or for in the social, specifically in Morocco to solve some problems that we are facing in Morocco. Next slide, I'll it's me again. Also, I'm a lead organizer for TensorFlow user group, and I'm organizer for GDG Casablanca, I'm organizer for GDG Casablanca, and the founder of GDSC at Mozart University for last year, and also I'm mentor at GDSC Mela this year, and also several programming JavaScript Ninja from the village in the process. Sorry, today, this is long one, that's okay. Today we are going to look at a small introduction to how we can نشوفوا اليوم واحد الانتروداكسيون صغيره على كيفاش نخدموا بالماشين ليرنينغ فور برودكشن. بزاف ديال البروجيكتس كيكونوا مديرين في المغرب ولا كيديروهم ريسيرشرز ولا انجينيرز كيكونوا محصورين فقط في ريسيرش كيبيلدوا واحد السوليسيون في الماشين ديال الماشين ليرنينغ ولكن ما كيبيعهاش للديبلوي ما كيوريهاش ما كيتريش بها واحد البرودوي ولكن كيبقى محصور غير في الكوتي ديال اي ديال ريسيرش كيريز ريزولتس ولكن ما كيعطيش واحد البرودوي اللي يقدر يخدموا به الناس. and also كيبقى محصور كيدير كلشي هذاك البروسيس كامل كيديروا مانيوالمون كيبدا يمشي من بحال الديفلوبمون كيمشي في ديفلوبمون ويب كتمشي تكري لابليكاسيون كتمشي تكري فور كتعطيك الفيشي اتش تي ام ال كتستك الفيشي اتش تي ام ال كتدخل السيرفر كتستك السيرفر كتعطيه ادريس اي بي كلشي هادشي كديروا مانيوالمون the old days ولكن with DevOps I think يلا نكونوا DevOps with DevOps كيعطيك هادشي كيدير لك واحد الشيء ديال اوتوميشن وقت بوش شي واحد شي just like بوش واحد نيو واحد كوميت شي حاجه في الريبو ديالك كيدير لك شي سي اي سي دي كيدير اوتوماتيكلي قدام يبقى يمشي يدير ستيب باي ستيب ذاتس زعما من الحوايج اللي جات اليوم هاد الكاميرا ما صبرناش اوف كورس ما صبرناش من ديفلوبمنت امريكان ولكن they started just like they got inspired by DevOps and حاولوا يقادوا واحد set of rules واحد set of steps اللي كيديروهم باش انهم يديروا in an automated way خلاص ما يبقى يديروا داكشي manual. And we will see just like an example of that how to use this MLOps TensorFlow ecosystem against me. And so first of all قبل ما نبداو شكون عنده واحد general information ولا general ideas على machine learning. 3, 4, 5, 6. So, okay. So, master the art of the method. I teach you how. I will just like go through I will go through a small introduction, just like I'll نعطيكم واحد الفكرة علاش تقدروا ديروا بالماشين ليرنينغ. Then نهضروا على MLOps. Okay? Okay. 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 I'm not okay. I think so. Okay, let's start. So this is just like a small introduction about it. First of all, نقولوا دابا جات عندكم شي واحد الاسوسياسيون في الشركه غتكون واحد الحامس تيجيو ليه السطات ديال الكاميرات ديال الموظف كيجيو ليه ناقصين وبغى تصويت كيحسب كل مره الكاميرات اجي نكتب لك واحد الصندوق ناقص هذا نحطوا لهم ولا شي حاجه بغى واحد التول اللي تقدر تعاونوا باش انه يحسب دوك الكاميرات بلا ما يبقى يديروا مانيوال. اوف كورس تعطيها الا مشيت عطيتيها لواحد تراديشنال بروغرام اش غادي يدير؟ Now it does computer vision. دابا حنا جايين So the general way اللي كدير تسمى بروغرام زعما غتمشي تبروغرامي داكشي كامل بلا without using machine learning without using computer vision. Sorry. دونك كتابلي سون فيلترز بحال فيلترز ديال انستغرام بحال فيلترز ديال سناب شات ماشي كلام ولكن just like the effects كيعاونك باش دير stuff like that كيعاونك باش ترسم بحال شي نقاط اللي كيوريو لك الاوبجيكتس فين كاين and using this just like هاد الفيلترز هاد الريزولتس هذا كتقدر زدت عليكم فهذا ولكن سوري هنا كتقدر مثلا تابلاي واحد just like واحد another algorithm اللي كتمشي تشد هاد اللي كتكون انت ديجا عارف بلا الكانت راه عندها واحد السايت عندها واحد الشعاع ولا شعاع عربيه كيكون عندها واحد الشعاع هنايا اند كتحاول ما امكن كتقلب على فين كتمشي ترسم من هذه النقط، كترسم واحد الدائره عندها نفس الشعاع، وفي البلاصه فين كيتلاقاو دوك الدوائر كلهم اللي رسمتهم على هذه النقط هذو كتبان لك الكونسونطراسيون ديالها ازمور زعما تما فين هذاك هو السونتر ديالها. دونك كتشد هذاك السونتر وكترسم به هذيك الدائره. انت هكذا ديتيكتي شحال من ديتيكتي ديك الكره فين كاينه. اوكي، ولكن the problem is let's say كنتي بغيتي دير نفس الحاجه same thing بغيتي ديتيكتي كاتس اند دوغز فين كاين غادي كلشي علاش اصلا نتايا الكاتس ما عرفتش شنو هو الفورم ديالهم، ما عندهمش شعاع ولا عندهم شي حاجه. دونك غادي خصك تمشي تقلب على واحد النولج بيس اللي معقده، تعرف فين كاين، تعرف فين كاينه، باش يلاه تقلب على داكشي كامل ولا الباترنز اللي كاينين باش انك ديتيكتي داك الكاس ولا ديك الدوغ. اوكي، دونك هذا البروبليم هذا كيخلي لك بروبليم مور كومبلكس انك تسولفي بها تراديشنال ميثود، انك بروغرامي داكشي مانيوال. and that's where زعما ماشي ليرنينغ كومز ان، هو انك كيكون عندك واحد المجموعه ديال دايره ولا مجموعه ديال ايمجز اللي معروفه شنو هي الكاتيجوري ديالهم، شنو كتعرف هذا راه كات، هذا مش هذا راه كات، عاد كتعطيهم واحد ماشين ليرنينغ موديل اللي كيحاول يتعلم يفرق بين المشاش والكلام، كيتعلم هو اوتوماتيكمون بلاص ما يمشي يدير داكشي كامل مانيوال، انه يدير كتقول لي راه هو الشعاع الوزن ديالو غيجي دايره بحال هكا المثلث مربع وداكشي، كتعطيه هو يتعلم داكشي راسو. and كتعطيك some results اللي good results with less effort, just like واحد simple 3 lines ديال الكود كيحلوا لك المشكل ديالك. and that's where machine learning زعما comes in. traditional programming كما قلنا لكم كتعرفوا الرولز ديال شنو هو الكره، كتخص تعرف ليها الشعاع ديالها كيفاش فين غتلاقاو فين شحال السايز ديالها وداك الشيء كامل، وكتكون خاصك حتى الايمج حتى دايره عاد كتقدر تقاد واحد البروغرام اللي كيقاد لك الانسر. هادشي دابا البروسيس ديال ميكين واحد البروغرام اللي كيقدر يلقى لك الانسر. فور ماشين ليرنينغ لا، كتعطي ليه لي دوني، كتعطي ليه الانسرز، هو كيمشي يحاول ما كتقول لك هادي مش لا عندي خطا، كيمشي يراجع راسو كيعاود يقاد راسو اكثر، كيعاود يتعلم وذ ذس في الاخر بحال كيتعلم هو الرولز، هو اللي كيتعلم الرولز ديالو، لا بقى بروغرامين سبيسيفيكلي تو دو ذات. اند دوين ذس كتقدر تشد هذا الموديل هذا هو ترينيتي، هو صافي صايب شي، كتشد هذا الموديل هذا اللي عطى لك هنايا كتحاول ديبلوي، ولا كتحاول هو اللي كتعطي ليه مثلا من بعد الايماج، هذا الموديل هذا كتوصل ليه الايماج، هو كيحاول يعاونك كيفاش يقول لك راه هذاك اللي ولا هذا مش. اوكي so far هذا البروسيس هذا كامل the dark ages of machine learning، وصراحه كان راح بين through this dark ages الله. علاش for researchers كيكونوا دايرين هذا البروسيس كامل منظم، كيكونوا بالين هما اللي كيجمعوا دايره، هما اللي كيانوكسيو الدايره، هما اللي كيتعذبوا في هادشي كامل. no worries all in there. so كيعاونوا كيديروا هذا البروسيس كامل هما راسهم، وما كاينش عندهم just like ما كاينش زعما شي حاجه اللي غادي تكون تمام تسهل عليهم الخدمه في ديالهم، ودير ستيل كيبول ار دوين ذس ماشي باد ثينغ، ولكن فور ريسيرش اتس اوكي، ولكن فور برودكشن ملي كتكون عندك مثلا انت جمعتي الداتا سيت ديال المشات والكلام شويه جا عندك الايجيبشنز قالوا لك راه عندنا بينا تحت البرودوي ديالنا انكليت معكم، دونك غتزيد لهم هذاك المشات ديالهم ديال داك اللي كاينين في هذاك النص ديال الاهرامات داكشي خاصك تزيدهم لهم تما في الدائره ديالك. دونك غادي خصك تمشي تجمع هذيك الدائره وتمشي تفاليديها وتمشي دير شي كلشي بروسيس من الاول تريني كلشي من زيرو. ولكن the problem is it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort and it takes a lot of bugs to fix. sometimes الدائره ما كتكونش مزيانه، ما كتكونش بان الدائره. دونك كيدوزو كلهم من واحد البروسيس. first of all they have to collect those زعما هذيك الدائره كيحاولوا يكوليكتيوها، كيخصهم يكوليكتيو ديك الدائره وكيمشي يجمع الداتا كيقلب على الداتا اللي قد دايره، ماشي كلشي اي دايره جات تجمع، خصو يقلب على الدايره then they validate الدايره، كيجي واحد اكسبرت هو اللي كيقول لهم راه هذا الدايره اذا قد دايره ولا لا، كيجي هو سوري هو اللي كيجي عندهم تيقول لهم راه هذا الدايره اذا قد دايره ولا هذا الداتا راه ريبريزونتيف لهذا البروبليم ديالك. علاش بالفرات كتلاقى كيما ديك الساعات كاين lot of bias in there and if you are not careful with هذاك البايس اللي كاين في الدايره الموديل ديالك غادي يمشي يخسر، ما غاديش يدير شي حاجه زعما اذا قلت من بعد كاينه بريباراسيون للدايره ضرب كتهضر عندك ليزيماج عندك كلشي دونك خاصك تمشي هاد البلاصه هي اللي كيعانوا فيها كاع ديال ساينتست وكاع الانجينيرز هي اللي كتاخذ لهم بزاف ماشي اكشلي زعما ترين ذا موديل ولكن بريبير دير هو شي زعما the pain points of machine learning the real pain points of machine learning ماشي the things زعما الهايب ديال ترين ذا موديل ولكن هاد البلاصه كاينه خدمه كامله الا ما كنتيش خديتي البلاصه في 3 ستيبس هادو الموديل الماشين زعما البروجي ديالك راه just like it will not work in production. Then training the model. Everyone is having fun training the model. Okay, push import from Keras. Drag and drop. Everyone is getting the job. And evaluations هذه من الحوايج اللي ما كيديرهاش طرفي. Just like let's do an evaluation. كيدير one score كيدير accuracy كيدير كل شيء. وسكن بحال ما طرا والو. We did an evaluation. ولكن ما كيديرش it doesn't care so much about these steps. And then the validate the model اللي ما كيديرها حتى ولكن don't think so. علاش صافي عطيتيه 70% باقي البروجي ديالك راه سير خدم به في البرودكشن ولكن a lot of people don't do it for production. زعما كاع زعما تزيد اكثر هو الديبلويمنت ديال داك الموديل. الديبلويمنت ديال الموديل كيجي في الاول هو البروجي عنده راه منفيونسي من الدوله ولا منفيونسي من شي حد وعنده ريسيرش راه عطاه ديال لي زوطا زوينين ولكن في الاخر كتقول ليه اوكي what did you do with this project يقول لك nothing we are planning to ولكن ما كيعرفش زعما هذاك الشيء بروبليم هادشي the reality of things from Morocco ماشي ما كنهضرش على elsewhere ولكن just like from Morocco في فيديو واحد لاصيك وصافي and هادشي كامل هاد ستيبس كاملين كيديروهم مانيوال زعما زعما كيديروهم مانيوال كلشي كيحاول ما يمكن يدير هادشي كامل ستيب باي ستيب وكيمشي يديرو مانيوال جاتو عند ثاني عاود ديرها جديده جات دار واحد الاكستراكسيون ديال لي دوني جداد وبغا يمرجيهم مع لي دوني القدام كيعاود هادشي كامل كيبقى عاوتاني غادي it ain't much but fun is fun زعما just like هادشي كامل ملي كتقول لي راه كاين ايميل اوف سيك ولكن واش غندير انا من بعد just like and that's sorry there shall be MLOps sorry I have to drink إلا كان ضرب السبب practitioners ولا machine learning engineers الناس اللي خدامين في machine learning شافوا شي لعيبات اللي كيتعاونوا شافوا واحد اللي كيتعاونوا وقالوا علاش لا ما نجيوش حنايا نديروا الاوتوميشن دو ثينكس بحال the same thing happens in DevOps نفس الحاجه كانوا شافوا شي حوايج اللي كيتعاودوا واختار واحد قد واحد البروسيس اللي غادي اللي كيفولو and the same thing happens in machine learning الفاز الاولى هي دايره ingestion ولا البري بروسيسنج هي واحد الفاز هي اللي كيبدا فيها هذاك الثلاثه ديال الاولى هادو اكستراكت دايره فاليديت دايره بريبير دايره كتكون بحال واحد كتجير راو دايره وكيخدم كيحاول ما امكن يدير الاندرستاند ديال هذيك الدايره كيبريباريها كيدير بري بروسيسينغ باش يوجدها الموديل باش يوجدها الترينينغ ديال الموديل و كاين موديل اركتكتشر اند ديفينيشن اند ترينينغ هو البارت اللي كتهتم بالترينينغ ديال ذاك الموديل and then كاين الموديل ديبلويمنت which we don't do yet ولكن we have to talk about it اللي كتحاول ممكن تشد هذاك الموديل اللي ترينيتي هنا من بعد ما الفاليداسيون ديال الموديل وكلشي كتحاول ديبلوي شي بارت زعما شي اما الكلاود ويب براوزر ولا موبايل ولا امبيدد شي ادمين ولا شي سمارت فيرتوال ولا موبيل حتى هو and also كاين مونيتورينغ اند مينتنس حيت بعض المرات ها انت الموديل ديالك كيبان لك زعما في البرودكشن زاد لي جداد وخاصك تبقى دير ديما المونيتورينغ وديما تبقى تفضل بالك باش الا خصك زعما طراو شي باكس ولا كيدير شي برودكشنز اللي ما زوينينش انهم تقاد داك الموديل وتعرفوا بلا راه ما خدامش داك كيخصك واحد الاكسلريتد انفراستراكشر فين دير هادشي ان تقدر ديبلوي تهضروا مع سميتو مع الكوميونيتيز and it's kind of just like similar انك تشوف بلاصه فين غادي ديبلوي داك الموديل ماشي ديبلوي ولكن الانفراستراكشر اللي غادي دير فيها هادشي كامل خاصة you should take it into just like consideration. And also the responsible AI اللي هو كيهتم بزاف بالاكسبلينبل AI ولا هذاك الماشين ليرنينغ موديل ديالك ما غاديش يضر بنادم خصوصا في الهيلث كير. راه الا حضرتوا الطرق ديال ساره راه ديال هضرت عليها انك في الهيلث كير خاصك هذاك الموديل. مثلا عندك واحد الموديل كيبريديكتي لك واش هذاك السيد فيه كونسير دماغ ولا لا. عرفتي شي واحد اللي ما عندوش الكونسير دماغ وقلتي ليه راه عندك كونسير دماغ خاصو يمشي يدير لك العمليه
يجي
هي المبرك كبير وغادي يمشي يخلص. دونك بحال قلتي ليه راه سير افتح وغادي يمشي يفتح وما يلقى والو. دونك بحال ضريتي داك السيد ماشي بحال شي واحد مثلا كاين فيه الكونسير وقلتي ليه ماشي راه ما فيكش كونسير ديك الساعه يمشي عند شي طبيب اخر وغيحلل الا حيت هو مريض. دونك ما تقدرش تقول لواحد ما عندوش سميتو ما عندوش الكونسير تقول له راه عندك اكثر ما تقدرش زعما تقول لشي واحد راه ما عندك اللي ما عنده الكونسير ما عندوش. اوكي that's my nice one. And هاد responsible AI هو اللي كيهتم بزاف هذاك الموديل ديالك كيفاش تخدم شنو هما لي فيتشرز اللي كيعتمد عليهم باش انه يبريديكتي ولا يدير هذيك البريدكشن ديالو. Exactly. Avoid prison, of course. And هاد responsible AI زعما هو the most important thing في هاد البرو بروسيس. كيفاش هاد البرودوي ديالك ولا هاد الماشين ليرنينغ ديالك غادي تديروا الناس خاصهم يكون عندهم بازي على شي حاجه باش يتيقوا فيه. و this part of it هي اللي كيقدروا يتيقوا فيها الناس. ما غاديش يقول لك باش من لايبراري مثلا بيك تبيع لي شي ماشين برودكت ما غاديش يقول لك باش من لايبراري ترينيتي ولا باش من سميتو فين ترينيتي ولا شنو هما لي دون. ولكن تيشوف لك الريزولتس ديال هاد ريسبونسبل يعني كيقول لك واش شنو علاش بازا باش دار هذيك بريدكشن. And yeah the general sorry
هذاك ريسبونسيبل اللي كاين باش كيكون هو اللي كياخذ لا ريسبونسابيلتي بصح ديال كل فاز.
هما واحد سيت اوف تولز اللي كاين في هاد ريسبونسيبل اي اللي كديرهم مثلا جاست لايك يوزين ذا جراف كاونت. واحد لا ميثود ديال كتشوف كتعطي ليها كيبريديكتي الموديل هذاك ليماج يقول لك راه هذا فين كونسير ولا لا. وكتشوف الموديل فين كان كيشوف ليماج التصويره فين كان كيشوف اللي قال لك راه هذاك ما فيهش راه فيه كونسير. دونك التصويره غتبان لك راه كاينه واحد البلاصه بيضاء في وسط الدماغ وهذاك التيومر الا كان مبازي على هذاك الموديل اللي درتي البروجيكشن ديال الجراف كام كان حاط الاتنشن ديالو على هذيك البارت كتقول اوكي راه بازا على الرايت ثينغ. اما الا كان مشى بازا على السكاوت ديال الدماغ كلاش كيسمى السكاوت ديال الدماغ وما شافش ديك البارتي كتقول there is something to be fixed. لما تمشي تريموفي ديك السكاوت على كريت سكاوت من دير بري بروسيس على ليماج جديده كيديك السكاوت تخليها البارت ديال الدماغ بحال كدير سيجمنتيشن ديال الدماغ كله عاد كدير لها دونك that's that. And من بين tools sorry again هادشي بس اوكي 400 تليفون نرجعوا لها في الدائره كما قلت لكم في الدائره انجستيون كاين هادشي كامل اللي قلت لكم هنا جاست لايك ذا جنرال ثينكس. وكاين تولز اللي كاين دابا كنهضر على تنسر ايكو سيستم سبيسيفيك. كاين واحد السيت اوف تولز اللي كتقدر تخدم فيهم في كل فاز من هاد لي فاز هادو. كاينه مثلا في دايره انجكشن كاينه تنسر ديالو اللي كتحاول كتلودي بها لي دوني كتمشي دير بها روتاسيون ديال لي دوني كدير بها شحال جاست لايك بري بروسيسين ديال دوك لي دوني اند كتوجدهم لك قبل الترين. كاين سميتو بري بروسيسين تي اف تي اند تي اف دي ال ديال سيتس اند ستاف لايك ذات. كاين كراس اولا كراس ولا تنسرفلو باش انك تقدر تريني داك الموديل ديالك. وكاين حتى كراس تيونر انك كيفاش دير الحاجه جاست لايك جاست لايك لايبريز. هادشي ماشي كونسنتريشن اكثر من انتريشن انك تعرف what's happening and then you can learn how to think. كتقدر تعلمهم سيكر ماشي ضروري انك نديرو like everything دابا ولكن just like understanding بلا راه there is something like this or you can use it for your work is actually will be quite helpful for you. And yeah كاين
على حسب نتاع علاش كتقلب وكتشوف الفيديوهات اللي
كاين
غادي
كاش مرات دابا تنسى في الايكو سيستم ولكن الا كنتي خدام بايثون غتصور شويه دابا just like هنايا عارف باش فيجواليزي ثينكس كيفاش ماشي I'm not doing that اشتغل ولكن there is other stuff اللي كاين زعما نفس الفيديوهات نفس الحوايج. And كاين عاوتاني الموديل ايفالويشن just like TF again في الايكو سيستم ديال تنسر TF وكاينه الديبلويمنت ديال الموديل كوتي زعما باش ديبلوي كتقدر دير في اف سيرفيس باش انك دير بحال واحد اي بي اي بحال واحد السيت اي بي اي واحد اي بي اي اللي يقدر يكومونيكي مع شي سيرفر وحده باش يصيفط ليه ليماج ويدير بريديكسيون ودير الجواب سيمبل ستاف ديال الاي بي اي. وكاين ثينكس الا كنتي دابا صافي هاتي ديبلوي شي موديل ديالك هو عندك واش كتقدر ديبلوي في سام لايبريز ديال لايك فيرتكس اي اي اللي هي واحد اقدر عليها في الخير بحال ويلي واش كتقول انا فهمت شي
اجري اجري
شنو
لا
اوكي كاين فيرتكس اي اي كاين اي جيس كاين فايربيس ماشين ليرنينغ كاين a lot of stuff اللي تقدر ديبلوي فيهم الموديل كاين اوسو الا كنتي عندك شي كنتي بديت ديبلوي في الموبيل كاين تنسرفلو لايت كنتي بديت ديبلوي في سيرفر ويب ديال كاين تنسرفلو جي اس and a lot of stuff اللي كاين ولكن the thing is هو the most important thing هو انك this process اللي تقدر تفولو اما using the technologies ديما كيتشينج next year تقدر تبان لك شي تكنولوجي تاعنا and I guess show me the code or it doesn't exist. So okay. No.
Monitoring and maintenance. Is there any tools that you can actually use for monitoring and see if the model is in connection and maybe have the whole process from training to deployment being automatically done?
The tool اللي I use هي voice and voice. Voice and voice
Weights and bias.
voice and voice وين هذيك هي التول اللي كنخدم بها انا بيرسونال كاينه اخرى ديال جوجل اي ثينك فيها تنسرفلو بورد البورد هي اللي كيكونسيستنت ولكن the one that I use personally هو voice وكتقدر كتانتيغريها just like واحد 3 lines of code وكتكونسيد ترينين وكتكونسيد ديبلويمنت كيبان لك الداشبورد ديالهم كلشي everything the accuracy real time accuracy is used.
There is graph farms from NVIDIA to Maya. ولكن هذاك I don't think so. مش داخل في التول ديالهم كامل. هم عندهم their own deployment system. تيخدموا تي اس ولكن يعني it's more optimized. بحال مثلا هنا كيديروا quantization ولا pruning. ولكن NVIDIA تيديروا
دابا مثلا فور برايم بروسيس كاينين بزاف البروسيس ديال تنسرفلو لايت ملي كتبغي ديبلوي الموديل ديالك في الموبايل ولا شي حاجه كتحتاجها بزاف باش انك توبتيميزي داك الموديل ما ياخذش بزاف ديال الكومبيوتيشن باور ولا ما يديرش في التليفون ما So we talked about this whole framework is part of the Tensor projects اللي كاينه ديال جوجل كيما قلنا كاينه دايره انجستشن اللي هي فيها اكواير دايره تريبوريس دايره then use الدايره كتعطيها للموديل هادشي كامل سميتو باش دير هادشي كاينه تنسرفلو دايره سيت ولا ديال تنسرفلو كاين اوسو ملي كتبغي تخدم بها مثلا كدير هذا غير البيسكس باش انك تخدم بالدايره ديال تنسرفلو كدير امبورتيشن من هذيك الكاسابا ديال قصب السكر ديتيكسيون ديال لي مالادي ديال قصب السكر الداتا سيت هذه كتلوديها جاست لايك كود جاست لايك كود اند كتحاول ممكن تشافلي داكشي وكتبارشيه ثاني دير واحد البوتوشين عليه وكتحنا جاست لايك تيك ايمج كل ايمج كتحاول تبارطاجيها كاين عندك الايمج وكاين عندك الليبل اللي كتفيدي هذيك الساعات الموديل ديالك فور الترين ذيس از كاين فيها مريضه كاين شي لعيبات صغار and you can use it just like for anything كاين الاعرام ديال DSS ولكن حتى اف دايره ماشي غير DSS اللي كاين فيه ولكن كاين فيه حتى انك تقدر تخدم بهذاك الكودز and هذاك الفريم ورك اللي بيلدها جوجل باش انك تلود يور اون DSS بحال واحد الفيس كديرها باش انك تحول DSS ديالك للتي اف ريكوردز اللي كتعاود من بعد باش انك تريني هذيك الدايره تريني بها على ان جي بي يوز ولا ان جي بي يوز مور ايزلي لا ما تسكر بزاف
كتقريها باش
مش كتقريها ولكن جست لايك كترانسفورمي ديك الدراسات ديالك التي اف ريكوردز باش تكون اوبتيمال كتسيفي ديك point TF record and it helps a lot. كتنقص عليك البارتي مثلا اوكي انت عندك واحد النوت بوك فيها 8 سوايع فقراء ما عندناش الجي بي او بس ديالنا دونك we have to use whatever we can and for collab كيعطيك ليميتيك هذيك الفيرسيون فري كاين فيه 8 سوايع الا مشيتي درتي البري بروسيسين ودرتي ترينين ودرتي الفاليديشن وإيفريثينغ في هذيك 8 سوايع راه ما تقدر تسالي داكشي ممكن اللي كدير هو كتشد كدير واحد النوت بوك ديال بري بروسيسين ديال جاست لايك بري بروسيسين دايره باش ان الدرجه تولي تي اف ريكورد كتولي مور اوبتيمال باش انك تخدم بها ديك الساعه عاد كتشد هذاك التي اف ريكورد كتابورتيه في الكود ديال النوت بوك ديالك اللي غادي تريني بها وكتجيك مور ايزي باش انك تريني كتجيك بحال كيقدر يلوديها دغيا مور دابا كيدير الوقت كيفاش and it's helped a lot most of the things اللي كيطراو في البيبل سميتو هي البارتي ديال البيرا وهي الموست اللي كاينه فيها الخدمه بزاف داكشي علاش I took a lot of time كيفاش الموضوع غادي ندوزو عليه دغيا you will see there's like important كيراس again and yeah the research كاين حتى كيقول if you are interested in this is it's like hello okay well just like some functions اللي كدير كتحاول ممكن دير سلايسز ديال الجواب اللي كاين عندك في الداتا سيت ديالك I wish this slides are already shared with I will share it with everyone later. Donc just like some snippets of code اللي كنخدموا بهم في هذا الباص هذه. Again كتقدر تسبيسي على كتاب شي باص باش انك دير الا كنتي بغيتي دير الكي فولد validation and ديال data sets. Now again just like shuffling and repeat and stuff. And yeah, just like preparing the data sets هذيك اللي steps اللي كدير فيهم باش انك دير l'augmentation ديال لي دوني و stuff like that. هادو غير pre-processing ديال and then comes the training of the model which is just like this part of it. إما كتخدم شي حاجة اللي pre-trained أولا كتخدم بشي API ديال شي موديل بحال مثلا plugin face ولا شي حاجة بحال هكا. Mostly for the training of the model كنخدم أنا إما بجاكس ولا بكياس and TensorFlow. ولكن lately I switched to JAX because it's more focused on the resource part of it, and you can just like code once and run. كتقدر تكودي واحد الكود simple code وكتقدر تراني.
بديتي الحركة.
Oh, JAX. خيانة. It's okay. And so كاين الصعوبة دابا كاين الصعوبة أنت ديكلاريتي الموديل ديالك اللي غتستعمل. صافي this is everything. كتقدر تبدا تسويتشي غير هاد الجهاز and that's simple and yeah الا كنتي مثلا بغيتي دير واحد unit architecture just like كدير واحد اكتيفيشن ديال هادو كاملين اللي كاينين عندك then دير واحد البوتلنيك اللي هي الوسط هذا اللي كتكون كتعصر الزيت ديال الانفورماسيون والايماج and then كدير واحد ابسامبلين اللي كيرد ديك ليماج كيما كانت ولا كدير فيه just like واحد السينجل لاير اللي كتعطيك السيجمنتيشن ماب اللي كديتيكتي بها مثلا فين كاين بنات في الصوره ولا شي حاجه. And you can use this for anything, almost anything. كاين مثلا سيجمنتاسيون ديال things اللي كاين في الفيديوز كاين ديتيكسيون ديال الديستانس ديال بيبل اللي كاين شحال بعاد and انت ملي كتبغي ديبلوي هذا الماشين ولا الموديل كتقدر ولا كتبغي ترينيش كتقدر تخدم بهذا التنسورفلو موديل ميكر. طيب هذا راه كاين lot of things كاملين ولكن كاين واحد دابا مثلا ملي كتبغي تريني شي موديل ديال ان كاينه خاصك تلودي داك التكست تمشي تقسم داك التكست على حسب just like how many phrases you have كتمشي ديفيني داك الفيشرز اللي كاين عندك وسط داك التكست كتشد داك الليبلز اللي كان كل just like كل تويت كتحط لها واحد كل تويت كتحط لها واحد الليبل ديالها كتشد هذوك الفريز كدير لهم واحد توكنايزيشن لانك كدير لهم بحال الامبيدين ديالهم كتحول دوك اللي وورز كدير لهم كتحول من الكلمه كتحولها لارقام خاص حيت الموضوع كيعرف غير الارقام دونك كتحول دوك الكلمات لارقام كتحط دوك الارقام متابعين بعضياتهم باش لايك الكلمه الاولى كما مثلا الكلمه الثالثه هذيك الجمله اند ذن كديفيني الموديل اللي كتفيد ليه كتفيديه هذاك لي سيكونس مع الليبل ديالهم وكتريني الموديل كتيفاليوتيه وكتكسبورتيه. المهم this is everything اللي كاين هنا. Just like for the first phase هي ديال loading the data شحال ديال وصلت Okay, let's say. When you get the gist of it, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It's like shutting down. Just like Jax again. And infrastructure of course ديال كترين داخل الموديل ديالك و responsibility اللي كيترينو تقدر ترينو اما على جي بي يوز ولا دي بي يوز. Just like by building these things. إلا كنتي بغيتي تخدم شي سكوب مثلا اللي تخدم على جي بي يو سبيسيفيكلي ولا بغيتي تخدم على تي بي يو في تنسرفلو كدير just like strategy dot scope باش انك تريني داك الموديل. And كتقدر ديبلوي wherever you want. وهنا فين كيكون الكوتي ديال ديبلويمنت هي فاش كيبان لك البلوكس ماشي الكوتي ديال I have results ولكن الكوتي ديال ديبلويمنت. هنا فين كيجي the tool that we use في هادشي كامل الميلوس دابا هي الميلوس هي هذا تنسرفلو اكستندد بين تولز اللي كيخدموا بين تولز اللي كيخدموا بهم هو هاد تنسرفلو اكستندد اللي كيقدر يعاون تبيلد البايب لاينز كاملين من الزيرو حتى للاخر. اللي كاين فيه باش انك تقدر تجينيري زعما قد واحد الدراسات كتجي كتخدم كتجينيري دوك الستاتستيكس على دوك لي دوني ديالك ستاتستيك جان كاين الفاليديشن ديال لي دوني كديرها الفاليديتورز ترانسفورميشن دين ترانسفورمي بها لي دوني باش تفيديها الترينر بعد ما كيخرج لي ريزولطات ديال الترينر كتخدم ايفاليويتورز باش انك تيفاليو الموديل وعاد الفاليديتور باش انك دير ريجستري ديال الموديل ديالك وتبوشيه للبرودكشن with the pusher either to TensorFlow have TensorFlow JS, TensorFlow and TensorFlow serving. They have the TensorFlow ولا TensorFlow extended هو one of the most libraries used for ML in production. وهو بحال جمع بزاف ديال الحوايج في واحد الفريم ورك بحال قلتي ملي غادي تبغي تقاد واحد البرودوي فور ويب بلاصه ما تمشي تعلم بي اش بي تعلم جافا سكريبت تعلم شي تخربيق هكا مختلف من كل حاجه كتمشي تخدم بجافا سكريبت حيت كتقدر دير بها كلشي. This is the general idea of علاش جي اس ماشي بارو ولكن popular. Same thing for TensorFlow extended هو اللي بحال واحد السلكتور اللي زوينه اللي كيخدموا بها for production for pre-production and it does the work. It does the work for everything. I guess we move to just like the question. كتبين ندير لكم فيرتكس كنديروا واحد just like واحد simple example كنبارطاجها معنا ايروين just like the last summit. Yeah, just واحد ماشي قد just like واحد example ديال كيفاش تخدم فيرتكس ايروين اللي هو واحد زيرو كود تقدر without code تقدر تبيلدي ماشين learning products and just like in no time at all. And they use it for واحد building واحد system ديال fraud detection just like an example ماشي real products ولكن example كيفاش تخدم multiple products اللي كاين في وسط vertex AI to build this solution زعما respecting the MLOps. I think this is everything. Thank you. Yeah, any questions? TensorFlow extended, okay?
Yeah, TensorFlow extended is a platform.
No, library. Let's go there how the
So I can just import. Do you have any examples of that?
I have it. I think they have it on slides. But it's very small. Yeah. It's like anything comes from your model. I would say that. I'll see the slides. Just like Asian, and the video for this slide, almost 7. العقاب ديال السلايد It's like amazing thing. How does that be anything? More like it's not defined thing. It's just like oh, that exists. I will add the spice. I mean, because I have a question.
I have a question.
Yes.
واش نبداو في الاول بغينا نكريو الموضوع في الفيرست تايم نبداو في الاول نديرو كوليكسيون دومين نديرو بريباريشن الداتا بلا ما نديرو بايبلاينز في الاول حتى الاخر نديرو بايبلاينز بلا ماشي في الاول نبداو بالبايبلاينز ونبداو نوتوماتيزيو البروسيس
for actual projects. What kind of projects you are working
Different projects.
Yeah, projects for learning or
For deployment of
products. راح زعما هاد ستيبس هادو خاصهم تريسبكتهم ديبار باش تسهل عليك الخدمه من بعد.
من الاول تستخدم البايب لاينز.
يا بس هذيك راه خدمه كلها خدمه زعما ماشي ليرنينج انجينير. هادشي اللي كيدير كيقاد هاد البايب لاينز هادو كيخلص just like these pipelines.
واش كيتلعب شويه
لا learning البارتي ديال learning ولكن في البرودكشن ما كاينش اللعب. جيت لي تسلك هذاك الجي سي بي كي تسلك كتبان لك $100 تعطيك
I think his question is talking about automatization. Do you think about automatization first or?
إلا كنتي for learning purposes تستخدم الماشين ليرنينغ كما اي ماشين
فور
ليرنينغ.
اكزامبل عندي بروجي باغي نبدا بروجي يعني في الاخر غادي ندير نوايا وغادي نخدمو في البرودكشن. ولكن باش نبدا في الاول واش تنصحني يعني نبدا من الاول ندير كوليكسيون دوني وندير الخدمه ديال كل لاصق اكسيتيرا ولا ندير بايب لاينز من الاول نبدا اوتوماتيزيشن.
إلا كان first time I'm using machine learning دابا most of cases كيكونوا الشركات already have some models عندهم models اللي خدامين بهم باش انهم يوبتيميزيو داك الكرياسيون ديال بس بغا يبقى يعاودوا داك الخدمه كيشدوا داك الموديل كيبداو يديروا لي ميزاجور في الكاميرات. ولكن first time creating a product totally different. يلا انت كتكسبلور الكرياسيون ديال البرودكت مازال ماشي غادي دير ابلاي MLOps على something that doesn't exist. اوكي بحال ما عندكش زعما تشرح ماشين ليرنينغ تقدر اوبتيميزي بهاد MLOps ويديروا في دوني مازال ما عندكش ديك البايب لاين ديال جاو لك دوني اونلاين وكدير فيهم زعما يلا انت باقي لي دوني عندك اوفلاين first time ما اللي كيكون عندك دوني كيدخلوا كاين عندك واحد البرودوي وكدير ميزاجور حيتاش البروبليم اللي كيطرا لهم علاش كاع زعما ديميروس اش كيطرا كتجي لي دوني دابا واحد الدوني واحد الدراسات صافي ماشي الموديل كيعطيك 90% حتى 97% كاع الكوري ولكن من بعد مع الوقت بحال كيديغريدا بحال ما كيبقاش يعطيك بريديكسيون مقاده حيت لي دوني اللي جاو جداد خربوا كل الديستريبيسيون ديال السامبلز اللي كاين عندك في هذيك الدراسات ما بقاش فاهم مزيان داكشي اللي كيرجعوا عنده شي حوايج بحال داير بوينت اللي خربقوا ليه زادوا ليه نويز دونك خاصو ماشي يتعلم من الزيرو ولكن غير اوبتيميزي ديك دونك داكشي علاش بلاص ما تبقى دير هادشي كامل من الزيرو غادي خلاتك ديموني دير بري بروسيسينغ دير هادشي كامل كيجي الاميرالز ولكن فور فيرست تايم كرييتين ا مود I don't think زعما you need ماشي you don't need it first ولكن هذاك الكود اللي خدمتي به في نوتبوك فور بري بروسيسينغ just like offline السوق كتعاود تزيدو في البايب لاينز ديال I didn't hate the code just like I will add it just like that to understand the things الله يسلمك شهادة معايا Thank you very much everyone. Here, applications. Just like connecting to our contact in social media. Instagram, Instagram, just like my social tag. You know my social tag, geeky stuff was Skyward. Feel free to contact me everywhere, wherever you are. And yeah, thank you very much for attending this session.